Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really want
to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I would ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So here we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title. It's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
The best laptops and tablets are at dbesttoys.com. Get a Gateway 14.1-inch Ultra Slim notebook or an HP 14-inch laptop at the best prices in TNT. Get the Fire 7 tablet for $474. You can also shop the latest Amazon Fire Sticks. Call now at 32-DBEST to order or visit us in-store at Forces flagship Mac Bean. Shop online now at dbesttoys.com. Free delivery available throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Cash or links on delivery.
We are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God, but you also can't prove God. So we kind of have a stalemate.
You'll focus on the woman who's being the victim,
right,
or the man who's being the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI. Worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
In the studio, now you don't need to register nothing. You don't need, we can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
They believe we defend criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploiting the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
WESN.
welcome to AM Prime on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish.
And I am Jada McLeod.
And this morning we are continuing once again with our political conversations where we speak to candidates from various constituencies. Something we've been doing for a while and, you know, get to know your candidate. So this morning we welcome we have the pleasure of speaking with Ms. Elizabeth Wharton, the Patriotic Front's candidate for the Toko-Sangre Grande constituency in the upcoming 2025 general election. Ms. Wharton brings a wealth of experience from her previous roles, including serving as a councillor and running as a candidate in past elections. Now, as part of the Patriotic Front, a party committed to bringing power back to the people, she aims to represent and serve her community with renewed vigor. So, and then a good mention, she will be going up against, Roger Monroe, the incumbent member of parliament from the People's National Movement, as well as Wayne Sturge, an attorney and former senator representing the United National Congress. So, we have a good little competition here. So, good morning, Ms. Wharton. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, ladies. Thank you for having me. Good morning to Trinidad and Tobago and mostly my beautiful constituent of Toko-Sangre Grande.
So it's still really early. So, and I know that you were here from Kwai, you had to come from all the way Toko.
Yes, from the Toko-Sangre Grande region.
So because it's so early, how do you prepare for the day? Like, what really sets you off and gets you going in the morning?
Well, actually, prayer. A lot of prayer. I usually get up very early every morning. I can be how tired, and I will just get up and pray, and I have an agenda set each day. So I manage my time.
Yes.
I also take care of my mom, so everything has to be balanced because life is a balance.
Life is a balance, I would agree. So can you explain to our audience the sort of a personal effect? Who are you?
This is such an intriguing question that most people ask when you're on an interview. Elizabeth Wharton is a very humble, loving, hardworking person. I am the fourth of 7 children. I am a daughter of the soil. I have lived in Toko-Sangre Grande for 45 years plus, and I am really committed to serving the people. I have a deep passion for humanity, so I call myself a servant to humanity.
So that's why you joined the Humanitarian Party?
Yes, the Humanitarian Party Patriotic Front is a party that's very intriguing. Once you share the same philosophy of the party, it's very easy for you to be blended into. The Patriotic Front is a humanitarian party first. We seek of dealing with the issues of the people, the constituents, actually going into communities, feeling their pains, knowing what are their needs, how long are you in this situation. The Patriotic Front, I would say, I would speak for myself. I propel into the politics because it's a broader range where you can assist persons on a larger scale without your finances, because you don't have the finances to really do what you want to do as a humanitarian.
So it's good to join the party to get that group effort.
Yes, that togetherness and foster that family-oriented, welcome, environment.
So speaking of a welcoming environment, can you tell us, what do you love most about your constituency?
The thing that I love most about my constituency, the constituents, they are driven. They are driven, they have a drive, but this drive is not being geared into a positive direction for them. They are so talented and have so much to offer, not only the constituency of Toko-Sangre Grande, but also Trinidad and the world by extension. But Toko-Sangre Grande has been deemed statistically as the poorest constituency in the region. But however, we have so many resources which is being taken out of the constituency and communities and carried out into others, leaving the constituents neglected, rejected, and lacking proper representation. So, as a humanitarian that I am, and also a constituent of that constituency, I took up the mantle to be the warrior, to be the voice for the voiceless, and to chart the way forward in developing Toko Sandy Grande to be the model community and region it's supposed to be.
Having previously served as a councillor, what are some things that you would have learned in that space, that you have taken with you in your campaign and as running for MP now?
Oh my God. Local government, I would advise anyone getting into politics to start into community work and lead up to local government. Local government is the pulse of the people and communities. This level allows an individual or representative to actually know the people in the communities on a one-on-one basis. You can identify, like for example, you could identify Mr. X has 6 children and he's unemployed. You as a person can go to them in a very, secretive way and ask, how can I assist? A representative must be able to put the people first with the resources which is allocated to them and represent the people in spirit and in truth.
You mentioned before that resources are being taken out of the constituency and being carried out to other constituencies. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, of course. And this annoys me so much. Every constituency will have their allocation for ministries handed down to their MPs or local government representatives. And based on these backdoor deals, parties are who know who, you're sending a friend to a friend, the resources is not being delivered to the man on the ground, the grassroots people, the constituents who live in there, because deals are being made outside of the big people, Mr. Big, or the 1%ers. And this should not happen anymore in Toko Sandy Grande. The resources that Toko Sandy Grande has to be distributed among the community members in a restorative, holistic manner in order for us to move forward as a region in Trinidad and Tobago. And as their next MP for Toko Sandy Grande under the Patriotic Front, this is one of my main mandates, the equity of resources and the retaining of the resources. There must not be any internal migration of our resources into other communities.
Let's get into some of the other issues that your constituency is facing that you would like to deal with once elected.
I have been dealing with these issues before. On many occasions, I've always been active. There are so many pressing issues in the constituents of Toko Sandy Grande. Firstly, everyone will start with crime, but I will not start with crime, but I will deal with the issue with crime here. Toko Sandy Grande, that region is plagued with massive flooding. Every year, around the rainy season, as we would call it, there are massive flooded from Matlat, come down to Fega de Oropouche, into the northeast district, northwest, and very high winds in the Valencia area. In 2018, when we had the massive flooding, we had a lot of coastal erosion and landslips where the disaster units and all stakeholders would have been there to respond to that emergency. Matlat area was actually closed off from the rest of the region based on this. There are many things that we can do to help curb and prevent this for the citizens and constituents of Toko-Sangre Grande. Dams could be installed in every region based on the requirement and if the feasibility test, so that rainwater could be collected, so the constituents themselves can use the water when there isn't any water in the tap. Because we all know we have something, water in the tap for 1 or 2 days and months none. Retaining walls can be also constructed to prevent the land slippage, not only of the soil, but of houses which would have fell in many occasions in those regions. There need to be constant cleaning and drenching of all major water courses and rivers maintained. These simple measures could help not only the constituents of Toko-Sangre Grande, but also the government by not pumping extra resources to deal with these issues when we could have preventative issues instead of dealing with a situation. Does that make sense?
That's a good plan. There's
Yes.
some good ideas.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
So this is it's a bit of a question. The other day we spoke with MP under the UNC, Arnold Ram. He would have been in the constituency as the MP, although PNM was the government. Yes. So say something like that is similar to your situation where you become the MP for the constituency, but you're not necessarily underneath a Patriotic Front government. He was still saying that he ran into some issues when it came to working with the government. Can you foresee anything like that happening? How would you get over those hurdles?
In politics, there are always hurdles because politics has a morality of its own.
Definitely.
However, if a scenario like that happens, that is why you have to be the voice for the voiceless. You have to be the advocate for the people who put you there in a respectful manner, following the administrative policies and procedures of the parliamentary governance. You will have your allocation for yourself. You'll have your allocation for yourself. You have to tap into other stakeholders, which is non-government organization also. You, as a representative, have to come up with creative ways and push back in order to get the resources to serve your people. You cannot just stand down and say, oh, they are victimizing me. Victimization will never done, just like discrimination and racism. But it's how you apply your strategies and tactics. You understand? So politics is an art, and you have to develop the art of politics in order to propel, to get resources and maneuver your way to serve the people that represents you.
Yeah. So then in what ways will you collaborate with local organizations and stakeholders to implement community-driven initiatives?
I would have been doing that since I was a councillor, local government councillor, And you have to partner with NGOs. I would have partnered with IAM, SUSTRUS, and a lot of international agencies, which would have given me the opportunity to empower my constituents. There are more than 30 persons in the Toko-Sangre Grande region under my stewardship, which had the privilege to be the first set of people in Trinidad and Tobago to be the rehabilitating officers of the quarrying and mining, where they would be doing initiatives like planting the vetiver plants and other things to preserve the soil, tissue, and the environment in the quarrying and mining environment. So networking with agencies is very important. Right now, I am collaborating with the Charisma Foundation, which consists mainly of the youth. The youth is the future. The youth is the one to carry on the mantle from us. We are looking youthful here, but we have some age on us. So, what I am saying, it does not matter what sphere we are taking that part on life. Collaboration is very important with government level, business level, NGOs, churches, the neighborhood, and the approach that I am using as the next MP for Toko Sandy Grande under the Patriotic Front label is a restorative approach in inclusiveness of my community members. They must be involved. They are the ones who have to live in these communities. Let me hear your ideas. Let me hear what you have to offer. Come on board. Work with your MPs, your councillors to develop your areas. Do not just chatter and, make negative remarks. Because I must say, serving is a very serious mantle when you pick it up.
Yes. It's a big responsibility.
Very, very big.
So how has your engagement been with the people of Toko Sandy Grande?
Oh my God, wonderful. Wonderful. It's all about understanding the dynamics of the human behavior, understanding that each home is different, it has different needs. We are out there on walks every day, and I have to testify God is a great God and He exists. And every single day, ladies, we walk. We would meet someone where we could identify certain issues, and we would ask, do you want us to say a word of prayer with you? And when we pray with them, the Holy Spirit makes us manifest and actually tell them what they are facing in their personal life, because this is the connection. The heart is very important. If this heart shut down, this will not send any blood to send a message to the brain. You can still be brain dead and still functioning in a coma. But the heart, once that shut down, everything collapses. So it has been wonderful. It has been emotional. It has been very intriguing and motivating, and gives me the drive more as a candidate to propel to be the next MP for Toko Sandy Grande, because there are so many people that are in dire need of a good representative. Toko Sandy Grande has been neglected for so long. They are saying, what are their codes? What are their colors? Colors is just to identify an object or something. Red and ready, I say, red and ready for what? To continue dragging the economy down the drain, to make the citizens and the constituents of Toko Sandy Grande to end up in sentence? No. Patriotic Front, our code is progress. When you have progress in a community, you have development, you have enhancement of the individuals, development of communities, equality and equity with the distribution of the goods and services and resources, and also you can foster relations with our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean.
So speaking of that and also progress, the global tariff trade war that's going on right now sort of underscores the importance of being self-sufficient. So how do you plan to, let's say, promote entrepreneurship, specifically among youth?
I think you all should be candidates, you know. You all are asking the pertinent questions. A couple of months ago, I launched in Rampalangas. That is a rural area based in the Toko, coming down into the constituency of Toko Sandy Grande. And I would have launched a skill bank, meaning to say all youth in the area I would have targeted from 16 to 35, because 16 prepares you to mold you to propel into early adulthood. And we would have registered these youths and these young men and women, asking their ages, what are their issues, very confidential. what do you think you can contribute to your community? This is very also important because we are here, but let us hear how you can contribute to develop you as an individual. Besides having skill banks, Toco Sani Grande has the largest accessibility of agricultural lands. And right now, they are turning Toco Sani Grande into a concrete jungle where the youth and the constituents can plan and get into this entrepreneurship of agriculture. Not only, we have to include the livestock also. People just focus on the planting, but the livestock, we need this to increase in our region because we are suppliers, we are one of the main suppliers of milk, dairy products to Nestle and other companies. And we need to have this enhanced. This in turn creates employment for not only the youths, but also the constituents. And by extension, we can include our neighboring islands because I have a visionary projected manifesto for the port of Toco. I want an airport. They are speaking about a port. I want an airport where Caribbean flights can come in. And we have the space. We have the land available. So that constituents and even us, because you know we like to travel and we have a lot of tours like Toco Loco and other things. We can take our family from Toco at that point and fly to another island in the Caribbean. It will be so intriguing and also develop the tourism in the Toco region. The Toco region has a lot to offer with tourism.
I must say that's quite ambitious, but I do love it.
I never thought of it when I did. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, just because I feel like a lot of planning would have to go into something like that.
Yeah, but I kind of love it, especially when you reference Toco.
Yes, because it is true. Toco's tourism has a lot of potential.
Great potential.
Yeah.
So why are we not using it for us as citizens and also the constituents? It's all about visionary thinking. Not everyone is a visionary person. And also having that there, the export, when they plant, we must have sustainable food. We must be stable in our food supply. We are seeing what is taking place overseas. So by we being a self-sufficient country, I'm not talking about Toco Sani Grande now, country, it will assist us, the citizens, not only by employment, but we can export also, and we could also put tariffs on these other countries.
So say you've been elected, it's your first day, you go in there, you shake hands, you meet everybody. What do you think is the first order of business, actual business that you would take up?
Actually, I'm an honest person. The first order of business is prayer and giving God thanks. Giving God thanks because without God nothing is possible, and we need Him to go forward to take us out of this critical, traumatic, unbelievable life experiences we are facing at this present time as citizens of this country. And then the agenda will be the people's business running, hitting the ground under the directive of my political leader, Ms. Michaela Pandey.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
You sure? Okay. So, the question that I'm feeling like I'm sort of forgetting now is, okay, so you've been a councillor for a while. You've been in the public eye to an extent. Becoming an MP is going to widen that. It's going to open the door wide open.
Yes.
Are you prepared for the level of scrutiny that comes with that?
I've always been under scrutiny my whole life. When you have an anointing on your life and a calling, there will always be naysayers. Damn if you do and damn if you don't. And when I was in local government, based on my track record, I was criticized and things were said. She feels she's an MP, watch how she's dressing. They are calling me and asking me, but how you fell into this position just so like if you just were in it long time. I told them I was appointed and anointed and called by God to serve the people. I am a servant to humanity. And scrutiny will always be there, whether you are in public office or not. Don't you all think you are not scrutinized? You are. People will find, oh, you all are too beautiful, you all are too well educated. What she's playing, watch how she's dressing. In life, these things are there, but it's how you deal with the issues will determine your character as a person. And as my political leader, Ms. Michaela Pandey, always say, special good morning to you, Honorable Prime Minister-to-be for Trinidad and Tobago. When they send you blocks, use it to build your home. So when the blocks are coming, I am laying my foundation, and I am focused on the eye of the bird to achieve my mandate for the people of Toco Sani Grande.
Yeah. I think that could be our quote for today.
Yes, I love that. Like, can you
When you get blocks, use it to build your home.
Yes. I know that we need to...
We'll start wrapping up, but I mean, 30 seconds, leave a message with the people of Toco Sani Grande.
Well, constituents of Toco Sani Grande, have a blessed morning. This is your patriotic front candidate for Toco Sani Grande. I am pleading with you all, I am imploring you all to go out on Monday, the 28th of April 2025 at the polls and vote resoundingly for the heart. Elizabeth Wharton, your candidate. Go and vote for the Patriotic Front candidates wherever they are. Our symbol is the heart. Put your X next to the symbol of the heart. And I promise you, it's real people coming. It's real change. Big change with no regret. Vote for resoundingly for Elizabeth. And remember, progress is the code of the day. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you for that.
Yes,
Could have said better.
Yeah, it was absolutely lovely to have you on, and we do wish you the best, not just in the
Thank
campaign,
you.
but going forward.
Thank you. And I also wish the best for you all, that your program continue to expand and continue to be used in a positive way to bring the message for the people on an international level also. And I speak blessings into your life. You are lovely young ladies. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
It's definitely
I appreciate
a pleasure.
it.
All right, so to our viewers, we're just going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with you. Stay with us.
Do you need treatment for obesity or any related abdominal procedures? The community hospital now offers minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery done by an American-trained, board-certified surgeon with over 20 years' experience.
Give us a call at 235-5479
for more information.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title. It's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward and our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for, it's called loss and damage. And we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man
is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
We are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God, but you also can't prove God, so we cannot have a stalemate.
We'll focus on the woman who's being the victim, or the man is being the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI, worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
Control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the chief to lose so? Why you want the chief to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the chief's getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
Let's go to the last part.
welcome back to the program this morning. So we have some discussions.
But before the discussions, we actually just had a candidate on, and we just wanted to do a quick reminder to you guys to go register to vote. And if you're already registered, remember to go out and vote. April 28th is the day. It's what we're all waiting for. Big day in our society. So make sure that you go ahead and vote. And also, a quick reminder that you can always find us on YouTube or Facebook at WESN-SCC. If you want to post your comments, suggestions, if you want to just engage with us there, you can, and your comments can be featured on AM Prime. Now back to the discussions.
Yeah.
You guys know we love to do that. So the first thing would be the Supreme Court in the UK has made their judgment concerning the highly sensitive matter of what legally defines a woman. Take a look.
The court is well aware of the strength of feeling on all sides which lies behind this appeal. On the one hand, women, who make up 1/2 of our population, have campaigned for over 150 years to have equality with men and to combat discrimination based on their sex. That work still continues. On the other hand, a vulnerable and often harassed minority, the trans community, struggle against discrimination and prejudice as they seek to live their lives with dignity. Lesbian women who have historically suffered marginalization because of their sexual orientation have entered the debate. It is not the task of this court to make policy on how the interests of these groups should be protected. Our role is to ascertain the meaning of the legislation which Parliament has enacted to that end. The unanimous decision of this court is that the terms woman and sex in the Equality Act 2010 refer to a biological woman and biological sex.
Well, Lord Hodge stated the court did not believe the decision undermined wider legal protections for transgender people.
We counsel against reading this judgment as a triumph of one or more groups in our society at the expense of another. It is not. As I shall explain later in this hand-down speech, the Equality Act 2010 gives transgender people protection not only against discrimination through the protected characteristic of gender reassignment, but also against direct discrimination, indirect discrimination, and harassment in substance in their acquired gender. This is the application of the principle of discrimination by association. Those statutory protections are available to transgender people whether or not they possess a gender recognition certificate.
The Conservative Party leader, Kemi Badenoch, has given her reaction to the ruling.
Sex has always meant biological sex, and what we have seen is a lot of people misinterpreting the law. They've had guidelines from all sorts of organizations that actually do not follow the law. So I really welcome this judgment. We need more. We need better clarification in legislation. The Equality Act could be improved. When I was Minister for Equalities, I was working on legislation to actually clarify that sex in the Act meant biological sex, and I think this is really a victory for all of those women who've had to go to court to fight for rights that they already had.
Yeah. So the legal definition of woman now, according to the UK Supreme Court, is exclusively biological females.
Yep.
Yeah. So which I think that has been a conversation with, I think, within the past couple of years. That has been a debate that has been trending, and I never understood why it had to be a debate, because realistically, biological female is a woman, right? However, many people have said, and the debate has been that that woman is a linear thing. It's broad. Thoughts, Jada?
Well, I do have some thoughts, but I just wanted to add some context to how this even came about. It stemmed from a 2018 law that was passed by Scottish Parliament calling for a 50-50 balance of men and women on Scottish public bodies. In the definition of women, for these public bodies, they would have included transgender individuals. So what would have happened was that a feminist group for women in Scotland called in to say, you can't do that. You can't define, we can't include trans women into the definition of a woman. They would have taken it to the courts, in a local Scottish court. They would have lost the case, but they would have been granted permission to take it to the Supreme Court. And that's what this ruling came about from.
You know, when you think about it, if you look at, in that case, so they wanted a trans woman to be included in that category of woman. But you can't do that because you have woman and then you have trans woman, you have male or man and then you have a trans man. I think it's always good to differentiate if you are a biological woman or you are a trans woman, because when you meet somebody, it is a law, you are supposed to tell them that you are trans. So you cannot say I am a woman and you're a trans woman. You have to say I am a trans woman. So I think that's where the law kind of falls in place there, because you can't do that. It's against the law to I will say, well, lie.
Yeah.
You know.
I would agree with you, and I'm known for being somebody that's honestly very progressive in terms of my politics. But at the end of the day, it's still you have to follow the law. The way I look at it is, I look at it as a woman. What my experiences won't be the same as a trans person's experience, as a trans woman experience. I'm not negating the experiences of a trans woman, but it's not the same as you and I, biological women.
Yes.
And it was always something that rubbed me the wrong way, because I have engaged in many debates about this, and I always try to understand where people are coming from, specifically trans individuals. And it's also a muddy thing, because it's sensitive. It's sensitive,
and it's never where you want to bring anybody down.
Exactly.
You know, it's being respectful. We're having a very holistic conversation on a topic that is very real, and there are people going through this, but it's okay to have differentiating views.
I would agree there. I think where the pain point really stems from what I've heard from people, is that for so long they've been disregarded. They didn't really exist as a person. People just said, oh, well, what's wrong with you? You just come off the earth, like you're not, what is trans? That's not a thing. You're confused. So because their identities have been dismissed for so long, it's like, well, I'll just claim on to what is nearest, what is nearest that is respected, so the identity or the label of a woman.
Yeah, because I've also seen instances where trans people felt like they weren't, so for example, a trans woman would have felt as if the female community was not accepting of them. But I have a thing with that, because for a trans woman to be accepted enough in the female category, I think it's they can't be too demanding to say, just as you said, we experience different things. Your experience is not going to be my experience. You know, you are coming from a male body. You have no clue what I went through growing up when I hit puberty as a female, all these different things. So it's not to say, you know, the female community is not accepting of trans women. It's just, it's different. And that is why, as the UK Supreme Court has ruled, a trans woman and a woman are two different things.
And I just wanted to say what they would have argued is that if you would broaden the definition of woman under the Equality Act, because that was the act that they was doing operating under, it would make it incoherent and unworkable. So if you're making governing laws for, say, schools, especially when it comes to education, you're dealing with children, I don't want to go into the rhetoric that the whole trans ideology is dangerous for children. I don't agree with that. But I would say that it would make it a bit, again, muddy is the only word I can say. You can't broaden the definition.
It would become too much, and it would be too confusing for the younger generation. They're not going to understand. You can imagine being a small child, an impressionable child, and having to understand multiple genders. You know?
I mean, I think children do a fine job at these things, at understanding these things, but I don't think they should have to.
Yeah.
So that's where I think I would land. I mean, I am always open to more discussions and more debates about this. If somebody thinks that they can come on and argue a different point, we always welcome that. But as of right now, I think this is where we sort of stand with this. But
so we're going to move on. We have one more video to show you. This is the Blue Origin's latest mission. It made headlines with an all-female celebrity crew, including pop star Katy Perry and journalist Gayle King, while the suborbital flight was celebrated by some. It also faced criticism for its perceived extravagance.
It's everything.
So just have a look at this.
Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin launched an all-female crew today, blasting off on a journey almost 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface.
5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, ignition.
Some notable names among the crew included pop star Katy Perry, journalist Gayle King, and Bezos' fiancée, Lauren Sanchez. The group lifted off in the New Shepard rocket, taking off from Blue Origin's West Texas launch site. The flight lasted 10 minutes before returning to Earth. This marks the first all-female space flight crew since the last one recorded back in 1963.
All 6 astronauts are going to start to feel the weightlessness, and shortly thereafter, we're going to let them unbuckle.
And that right there is the most critical milestone of this whole ascent. Oprah watching her best friend go to space.
Pulled out.
Hear that screaming inside the capsule?
And all 3 parachutes reefing, and they will slowly inflate. It's a very soft landing despite the sporty perception. There it is.
Congratulations, and welcome back to Earth.
Katie!
Woo! Amanda! Woo! Oh my gosh! I just have to have a moment with the ground. Let me just appreciate the ground for just a second. Thank you, Jesus.
Just to preface, the women that were involved would have been Katy Perry, Lauren Sanchez, Jeff Bezos' fiancée, journalist Gayle King, film producer Carrie Ann Flynn, NASA aerospace engineer, former NASA aerospace engineer Aisha Bowe, and Amanda Wesn, a astronautic scientist, and also a sexual abuse survivor. I'm a big fan of Katy Perry and Amanda Wesn, personally. And I think, I don't know, 11 minutes in the suborbit.
Yeah. You see, when I first saw this, my initial thoughts were, you sure? You sure? But, I mean, we saw the rocket take off.
You guys should have seen when the rocket was taken off. Nami was watching like,
Because I'm looking to see, is this a green screen? No, but I think it was a real rocket. I'm not doubting that. I think the rocket did go up into the sky. I'm not doubting that either. What I'm doubting is, so there was a video that that came out after where the women were in space. And it was just showing them moving around the aircraft. They were floating, the lack of gravity. And they were just, you know, they had the windows, so they were looking out the windows and you're seeing Earth. That to me is where I questioned the legitimacy and the accuracy of what took place. Because yes, they spent, now the flight lasted 11 minutes, so they would have spent less than 5 minutes in outer space, if that's the case. The distance, now maybe tomorrow morning we'll get that video, so tomorrow morning we could show you all that video. The distance at which it seemed they were in the aircraft, and then when they were viewing Earth from the aircraft in outer space, to me it seemed too far. I don't know, I can't, it seemed too far. Some of them were screaming, you know, I'm seeing the moon, like look at the moon, and then they're showing the moon, and like all these, why are you all so far in space? And really and truly, they could not have gotten that far.
Well, yeah, technically they were defined as being in space, not necessarily orbit, but they were in suborbit. So
then they weren't in outer space, right? So there's a layer called the Kármán line, which it explains that 62 miles. This is about 62 miles above sea level, and this is considered to be the boundary between Earth's atmosphere and outer space. That's where they were. So it doesn't make sense based on the videos that came out, and then what they posted of the ladies in the aircraft in outer space, floating around the aircraft and just looking at the views. It did not make sense to me, and we will show it so that y'all can have your own view.
I would like to talk about this more because there was another issue of them saying that they were all female flight crew, a space flight crew. Some people thought it was like a slap in your face to actual astronauts. Although actual astronauts were involved on the flight, it wasn't just them. So some people were arguing about that, as well as the allocation of funds, because it does take a lot of money to do that.
Yeah.
So
and we're in a time now where there are challenges, and this is one of the things that many people were critiquing, and why it faced some criticism, because why are we doing this, and we are dealing with so many other global challenges.
So on the backs of that, I just want to say, maybe if you could find some time tomorrow to maybe show that those videos that you were talking about and just kind of talk about it a little bit more, that would be quite interesting. But as of right now, we do need to move on. We're just going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with you with more political conversations. Stay with us.
Do you need treatment for obesity or any related abdominal procedures? The community hospital now offers minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery done by an American-trained, board-certified surgeon with over 20 years' experience.
The jersey being searched. The jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas, and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title. It's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
The best for your baby is at thebesttoys.com. From the best strollers, car seats, baby carriers, high chairs, booster seats, rockers, jumpers and bouncers, walkers, baby blankets, feeding accessories, bathtubs. Visit us in-store at Forces Flagship McLean. Shop online now at thebesttoys.com. Order via call or WhatsApp at 332-BABY. And remember, we have the best toys at the best prices.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital.
How you felt about the kiss on the lips?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
of the
not
game.
no.
Let's go to the last part.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond
wanna-
to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why.
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. So here we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
In the studio, now you don't need to register nothing. You don't need. We can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
They believe in different criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploited the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
Between the Bank and the Gutter, a novel about street dwellers in Port of Spain. This is a book to make you both laugh and cry. Above all, it takes you to that special space that only street dwellers know. In this moving and riveting human interest story, Harry journeys from insanity to sanity while living on the streets of Port of Spain. Now available at Metropolitan Books, 12 Aripita Avenue, Woodbrook. Paper-based bookshop, 14 Alcazar Street, Woodbrook. WESN, 30A Gattaca Street, Woodbrook. And the home store branches located at Barataria, Shogunas, and East Gates Mall. Autographed copies now available on request. Also available from author Louis Lee Singh. I Used to Live in Heaven, Letters to My Granddaughters, Local Government in Trinidad, Conspiracy Against the People, and Closer to the Church.
All right, so good morning and welcome back to the program. So continuing with the getting to know your candidates, with 11 days left until the 2025 general elections, everyone is focused on who will be representing them for the next 5 years. Today we continue getting to know our candidates, their beliefs, visions, goals for their potential constituencies. The race is on. Today is no different. Naomi and I sit down with Senator Dr. Mohammed Yunus Ibrahim, PNM candidate for San Juan Barataria. Ibrahim serves as the VP of the Senate and has been a senator since 2021. So good morning and welcome to the program, Doctor. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for allowing me to be part of the program.
Of course.
Yes.
So I know that when we spoke on the phone, you said that you usually finish campaigning quite early in the morning. So it's quite early right now for you.
Well, I mean,
not an unnatural thing for me to be up this hour. I mean, but I don't spend it in an office setting. I tend to be in the gym, wrapping up my workout about this time before I carry kids to school and so on. But it's just a shift of schedule. I mean, you go till way after sunset, and then after, you have to regroup and talk with your team, and go back to the drawing board on a daily basis to fine tune your following day. A campaign is a very fluid thing. There's no fixed pathway. There are many dodgeballs that comes your way, and there are many new permutations that show itself on a daily basis. So you must be able to be flexible to be able to address that stuff. But I mean, we built for that. That's why we're here. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you've lived in Barataria for 25 years, and you've built your professional life, your personal life there. So what would have inspired you to transition from healthcare as a dental surgeon, I believe,
yes,
and into politics? It's two very different fields.
Actually, no, they share a very common thread.
Okay.
And that is service to mankind.
Ah.
Yeah. So the reality is that, I tell my patients straight up, when you come to me, you'll get the best that I can give you, right? But when you take the common thread that comes from where I've been to where I'm now, that common thread is service. If it is you choose to use your profession, your day-by-day activities to serve the people in all earnest, I tell my patients, like I say, although I may give you the best and you may find that it's a costly procedure, I will get something to fit your budget, but at the end of the day, my job is to serve you. You're coming to me for a reason. I've never chased, like how they say, I never chase people. It comes to you with service. Yeah, so when it is you come from a background of service, and it's what your core is, and you come from a home that I have come from, you recognize that service to humanity is your number one top priority. In fact, biblically, Islamically, service to mankind, being your brother's keeper, and basically utilizing your acumen of what you have as an individual to bring about change or support for the human being. I mean, that in essence is what service is about. So you don't have to sit down behind in your ivory tower and be like, oh my, I'm a doctor, or I'm a professional, or I have my doctorate, or I am this and that and the other, because the minute you think you're better than a human being sitting down by you, you've truly lost in life. Yeah, we all have the same blood in our veins, we all have the same goals, I come from an Islamic background where we believe that the core of your existence is the deeds you've left behind. There's nothing that you're going to be able to leave this world with that is going to go with you. The only thing that goes with you is your deeds and your actions. And if it is that you wake up every morning with the focus that I'm going to worship the Lord, you don't have to be on your knees to do that, right? You can do so by being good to His creation. And part of His creation is humanity. Part of His creation is everything around you. So your entire day can be worship. Your entire day can be service. In my faith, it is stated that, the blessings are for the person who removes something from someone's pathway. I mean, a simple thing when we just driving down the road and we see a branch in the road, strips and say that come off of that car and so on. How about you stop and remove the branch? And then after go on your way. You will have served thousands of people behind you who could pass and maybe stop an accident from happening. So service is really the grounding of my belief. I come from a family of service. And why do I say that? I'll let you know this much. There's something back in the day called a midwife's home in the rural areas of Trinidad and Tobago, where you didn't have professional doctors, you didn't have professional caregivers, but you had someone in a community. And my mother grew up in Grandy. Yeah, she would tell me about these stories whereby she used to take the train to Port of Spain to come to Bishops. She would tell me these stories of when it is in the evening, they would trim the wicks before they lit their lamps. There was no fridge, there was no stove, there was a chula, there was the area in the outside, a little distance from the latrine, where you would grind your spices, where you would make your foods, where you would prepare stuff for the next day, and how you would turn life over. And the simplicity of that always intrigued me. Absolutely. But that home that she grew up in was actually the midwife's home of those in Grandy. The midwife's home was the home that babies were delivered, minor surgeries were done. It was the home that people went for care. So I came from that background. That lady, who is my mother, came out of that area and continued to serve her community wherever she was. At a point in time, she was the leader of the Muslim community for the ladies of Trinidad and Tobago. And in so doing, she was recognized Shakonia Gold by President Carmona for her national service, for community service. My father had the same fate as well. His father was one of the founding members of the Anjuman Sunatul Jamaat Association. You know, you go down Piccadilly, some people might only pass Piccadilly on Carnival Monday and Tuesday, you know, and go by the Greens and have a lime. But I know Piccadilly to be where the mosque is. That is where my grandfather built a structure that served the Muslim community since the 1940s. And that is where I am from. That is where my father's from. That's where my roots are. So when it is he grew up in that community, became a medical doctor, right? Through strife and struggle. When as a day you didn't have much scholarships. When it is you didn't have planes to go to London, you had boats. Yeah, and you had to come back by a streamliner, you know. Those are the stories I know, but he then for community service and serving the people in Belmont, in the Harp, behind the bridge. I used to accompany him on a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday morning and go to the hills of Laventille and carry his bag for him so that he could have walked the hills to be able to meet and treat the patients whom were never able to come down to the office. We would have been on Frederick Street, the corner of Oxford and Henry, where he plied his trade for since 1965. Yeah? So he too became the leader of the ASHA for the men's division. And he too was recognized Shakonia Silver by President Robinson. So service is something that's in you. You don't wake up a day and say, unless you get an epiphany, don't get me wrong, you know. If you need an epiphany in your life, it comes to you, right? But you have to be open to that epiphany. Yeah, so service is really and truly the core of my being. It's not really a shift when you think about it. If you take a look at my background, you would recognize that every single organization who I've managed to be in, I've managed to become part of the leadership of that. Okay? So I found a bigger dichotomy was being a medical student and being a dental surgeon and concomitantly becoming operations of directorship of a supermarket chain, Ramishimina Supermarket Limited.
That stood out to me actually.
Yeah. So even in that part of my career, which I started in 2001, what you had was that I joined the Supermarket Association of Trinidad and Tobago. And between 2001 to 2014, I sat down and I learned. I understood the industry. Because the only way to know and the only way to grow is to actually absorb and learn what is around you. Not many people may have that level of flexibility or that open-mindedness. But at the same time, you need to recognize who your core is and where your knowledge will come from. A saying of mine, which I adopt in my faith, is seek knowledge. Seek knowledge even if it is you have to travel to China for it. Because knowledge really and truly is our internal empowerment to make it happen. That service, right? I then was from assistant secretary, assistant accountant, assistant treasurer, and I worked my way up to VP. And lo and behold, I was able to head the organization as the president of the Supermarket Association from 2014 to 2018. I served my 2 terms and I served it to the best of my ability. So that for me was a bigger shift in science, from science and technology and human and healthcare. But at the end of the day, I learned, I rose by the grace of God and I performed. In 2021, I was given the opportunity by the current leader of the People's National Movement and the then Prime Minister to fill a void in the Senate that was created from Franklin Khan's passing, the Minister of Energy. And I was given a wonderful opportunity to be a full-time senator. So being in the Senate now, with all that experience behind me, from dealing with people on the ground, from serving in a supermarket with thousands of people on a daily basis. Some Saturdays was 7,500 people, and it was about people management, people relations. You know what it is to run a store and have 16,000 SKUs that must be pleasing to all? In this life, it's real hard. And you have to manage that, and you have to manage a 200 and something staff over 2 shifts. Morning to evening, there was never any rest. But guess what? It was fulfilling. I was never owner of the company, but I gave them the direction they needed to achieve their goals. Yeah. So
I think that's what I can understand more from there. Why you're in this position now? You know,
I could ask you the same question. What brought you to this point? Yeah. But the reality is that if it is we appreciate life in the fullness of the experience of living, where you reach is where you're supposed to be. But guess what? That journey towards there is all the knowledge you'll be gathering while you build your personal acumen, your humane acumen, your political acumen, whatever you want to gather it. Don't be the rolling stone that gathers no moss. Take the moss and make it part of you, because that is where your journey is.
Yeah, so switching the conversation a little bit to the constituency of Sama Barataria. But it's a simple question. What do you love most about that constituency and the people there?
Well, the vibe, the people, and the way they survive and live amongst each other. What I could never get over about Barataria San Juan, it's the interloyalty of Sawa to Sawa. You understand? I don't know how much you guys would have traversed the area, but if it is you brush by somebody from Sawa, back in the day, what they used to say, well, me and Riser, I'm from Sawa, you know. You understand? Yeah. And that was a statement of threat, but that was a statement of presence. Barataria Sawa people have an identity like no other. Yeah? And I'll tell you this much, it's a mixing pot and a melting point of individuals. I mean, imagine 250,000 people pass through the Quasian environs on a daily basis. Either on your way to Port of Spain, out of Maracas, out of Blanchisseuse, to come into Sawa to actually take a taxi to go into town. We touch people like no other. You understand? All them East West Corridor people come through, where they going when they pass in town. You understand? Why Barataria San Juan? The people. I was employed. You see, back in the day when you had they didn't have certain programs, you know, they had something called a cess loan, right? So I applied for a cess loan for my education. The government guaranteed that loan. You put on a 5% and you sign away your name to say, okay, fine, I will pay this back when I graduated. I needed to find a job to actually start back paying my cess loan, and I picked up a part-time job in Ramashanila for that purpose. That now is where it is I realize, wait now, why am I going to serve anybody else if these people are so kind and so nice? Why am I going to understand? I mean, you have people living amongst each other. You have the high-end, low-end, gangster, community leader, all surviving under one roof in Sawa. Sawa is a blend of humanity. Barataria Sawa people is a blend of togetherness that really and truly encompasses, to me, what Trinidad and Tobago should be. That love that you get in Sawa, when it is that you could shake a hand of a community leader, or you could be with somebody in the mosque or the church or so on and so forth, and everybody comes to you when you're in a grocery, you know. Ramashanila was what? A community-based supermarket. Guess what? No church, no mandir, no Mayfair, no school, no police service, no commissioner service. Everybody who passed through our doors with their hand out to basically serve the community they received. So when you grew that connection with them, you recognize the worth of the people. And the worth of the people is the spirit of the people. But I'm seeing Barataria San Juan in a different light at the current moment, as wanting to be the member of parliament for them. Yes, I've been an MP for 4 years, but I've been an MP serving a general, the national spectrum. But when you're an MP of an area, you actually adopt those people and you say, hey, I am the horse before the cart, and I will pull you forward. I am that one who is willing to represent you in many aspects of your needs. Barataria San Juan has been lost to bipartisan opposition politics for a very long time. If you take these stats now, since 1995 to 2025, what's that, 30 years? Yeah, since that, we've been having a PNM MP in government for no more than 7.5 years of that time. 7.5 years out of 30 years is small. And the recognition of what the Westminster system brings is that if it is that you are on the table at the level of representation in central government, your community has a better chance of your lobby. You understand? Not that as an MP your goal is not to integrate and not to fulfill and not to at least try and build community. Yeah? Because we've been in opposition for the last 10 years, and I can see spaces that have been ignored for a very, very, very long time. And it's not necessarily from the lack of resource, it's the lack of will. It's the lack of the love to say, I am your MP, I will fight for you.
In the interest of time, sorry to cut you off.
I thought we had a half an hour. Time is going.
There's a lot I think we would want to cover.
Sure.
But I want to just ask about, some of the issues that Barataria San Juan face, and the things that, and how would you go about, dealing with it and addressing these issues that the constituents would have shared with you?
Barataria San Juan is lacking proper representation because the reality is that people are starved of simple issues and simple things that have been being offered by the current government and before. Social services is probably one of the #1 things that the Barataria San Juan people need. They need that level of direction. Programs that what the government has been doing for the last 10 years with respect to self-help, self-building programs, enriching the youth to be able to be trained with a stipend, to come out of a situation where it is that we get away from take a fish as opposed to showing you how to fish, and making persons and individuals self-sustainable and self-sustained where they can actually be of value to the community. That would be my #1 goal to moving forward. There's a massive need, and there's a million amounts of hundreds of guys who are willing to be and who are hustlers and entrepreneurs. We need to harness that. We need to organize them through the programs of the government. They have small and medium industry loans that are available for people to grow their businesses with mentorship programs from the Ministry of Trade. There's micro and small, the MMSE, micro and small business development programs. Our people need to come to the table with proper representation and to be focused and to be built. You can't have the cornerstone of a community, which is the family, weak. The family is based upon strong individuals. And if we focus on the community level, which is my plan, build better people, allow them to understand what the limitations and what the hand of the government can reach, and we can work with them. We need to build back a community where we take back our streets, where we fill our parks, where we fill our precincts, where we get that level of community development and bring the religious organizations and the community police inside with it. That'll cost money, that just costs spirit and time. So nobody could tell me now that, I spent 10 years and I spent 5 years and I know what it is to be so and so and I'm waiting for the coffers to be able to do no. Community first. Barataria San Juan first. We are the first city before Port of Spain, and we are the first city outside of Port of Spain. We are a city by itself in our own right. The private sector has recognized that. Go and see the Eastern Main, see the stores that are there, see the banks that are built up 5-story, 6-story buildings, see the credit unions that are there, see all the people and the zest and the heart of the people that is there. But guess what? Let's bring some government services inside there. Let's litter it with things that we can actually bring people to town so they don't have to go to town. Let's try to elevate Barataria San Juan to a city status.
Yeah, I would agree that it's a hub, but do you think that the people of Barataria San Juan are ready for that change?
Well, I'm not saying change it, because everything is going to be done with a slant of the people. So if it is you in running an organization, which I have done a few very well, when you run an organization, you have to engage the people first. Consultation and community is first. If you build a community and you can talk to people like I'm speaking to you now in your eyes, you can actually, you did some painting home recently. Yeah, I've seen some paint on your hair. Sorry. If it is you can build the community, if you can build the community from the individual up, you can actually speak to them, understand them, and see where their needs are. Where their needs are. That need is the way the nidus for change comes from. So when it is you do it, of the people, by the people, for the people, through consultation and building back community, they're going to accept it with open arms, because guess what? It ain't going to be my plan, it's going to be theirs. Yeah?
What unique solutions or ideas are you and your team bringing to the table that sets you apart from the usual that Salmon Barataria is accustomed to?
Well, I just mentioned a few, which is the community aspect about it, which is the rebuilding of self, the entrepreneurship initiative that I will be taking to actually take the businesses who are micro and even smaller than micro to build them. Barataria San Juan is not just a snack capital of Trinidad and Tobago, but the snack capital of the Caribbean through the initiatives of the Ministry of Trade. Our brands that are outside there that are present as factories, I could call them out. Sunshine Snacks, Holiday Foods, we have the biggest food importers located in Barataria San Juan, which is the Hatwa Jane. All these are employers of the area. But at the same time, we have to harness our productivity. We have to harness our community projects to basically say, hey, we have training areas where you can build your craft and you can sell your craft. We have training areas where we could have sessions of mentorship for business and business people whom are individuals who want to make the community better.
So you're talking mentorship programs sort of?
Mentorship programs. I'm going to tell you something that the Ministry of Trade has also done to make ourselves compatible internationally. Free trade zones, special economic zones. Go across the highway in Sawa. See the plethora of businesses that have their warehousing districts there, their wholesale stores from. You understand? They see it fit for that being because of its proximity to the highway and the motion. Why can't we encompass that into a special economic zone where we can actually bring more to the community and bring more to the country, decongest the capital and make it more central for employment, for development? Yeah?
We do need to begin to wrap up, but just as Nimi would do.
Before I do, I have one question. Okay. I just want to, so, I mean, this is a constituency that has seen different representatives. And the whole point of this, I mean, we want to get, you know, your voice heard by the constituency to kind of sell them in a way, you know. So what distinguishes your approach to, on the PNM platform to the other representatives over the years?
What have the other representatives said compared to differently what I've said? I have said it's community first. I have said it's Barataria San Juan first. It is going to be focused on our principles of the people moving forward. Bringing grand plans is one thing, but the people have to understand the reason for the grand plans. Sitting at the table to basically negotiate to make sure we are part of the national development plan, such as a proper transportation hub, such as an area where the women, the children, and the men can actually have shelter when they're picking up a maxi, certain things like that, services to the community, making roads and causeways pedestrian only, car only, allowing areas of zone of proper areas to sell your product, ply your trade. These are big issues that we have to face, but all on a community level. Yeah, so bringing entrepreneurship, mentorship programs, bringing us part of the national development program, giving us a bigger part of the national development plan for infrastructure and services. These are not small tasks, you know, but it's how it's going to be done, not what is going to be done. And that is the core difference, because as a naturalized sour boy, I'll tell you this much. My campaign is Barataria San Juan first. That is the difference. Sour for sour. If you vote for me, you vote for yourself. If you vote for yourself, you vote for me. If there's an issue in the area, if there is a challenge in the area, I am there every single day. It is my home, it is my homeland, and I've served you for 25 years non-stop, even before I finished graduation of my degree. And I'll tell you this much. If we approach Barataria San Juan first, we will make it to the community that we need to make it and shine as a shining star amongst the stars in the East-West corridor and bring the seat home for proper representation.
So can you guarantee to the people of San Juan Barataria that if elected, you will remain at the forefront, you will remain in their sights, you'll remain, you know, present?
Absolutely, because the rollout plan, once victory is ours, is to actually have a couple satellite MP offices the way around. Because people operate in pockets. So you're going to have the main constituency office, and then you're going to have one. For example, the thinking is to have one across the highway, to have one in Barataria, to have one in the El Socorro area. But guess what? You get to bring the network of people in through all the groups of individuals, all the interest groups to say, okay, fine, these are filtering in, and let's build it together when we consolidate It's not going to be an overnight success, but it's going to be an over sensational, amazing act. I am giving up my professional career, where it is in my sweet spot right now. I've just turned 50. I've said this once inside. I'm giving Barataria San Juan a decade of my time so that we can leave back a legacy, not of me, but of service that can continue beyond. Yeah?
Well, we do wish you the best.
I appreciate that.
Yes. So as we begin to wrap up, that was Senator Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ibrahim, PNM candidate for San Juan Barataria. So just remember, April 28th, a day like no other, as we always say. Prepare yourselves to make an informed decision, and most importantly, go register to vote. And once you are, go vote. Show up on April 28th. All right, so that brings us to the end of our show. Today we have a little video that we want to show you guys, so we're just going to do that right now.
I know that we all had the incredible privilege of seeing you guys go up, but we didn't get to see what was happening inside the capsule. So why don't we take a look at that video right now?
We haven't seen it. I want to see it myself.
1, 2, 3, take a stand! Woo! Behind you, look. Right behind you. It's okay, you put it up there. Flynn, I got you. I got you, Flynn. Oh, the moon! You guys, I don't have to tell you, look at the moon. Look. Okay. Look at the moon. Oh my gosh. So much. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's amazing. Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh gosh, that's good.
I know, Katie's face says it all right there.
WESN.
It's always a pleasure to sit with Professor Kojo to speak to the issues of the day. On this occasion, we are speaking about the political issues of the day.
We go back to 102, about 30 years ago. Let people know that.
Well, it has been a long, it's been a long time. But I want to say to you that I first met Selwyn Kojo when he was a far younger man than now, and we were planning a conference on
Eric Williams.
Eric Williams' contributions. He was late for the meeting. It was being held on the campus at the home of one of the,
he's dead now,
the coordinators. And Kojo, you know, as though he didn't, you know, value our time, strutted in late, but with his hands behind his back with that very Napoleonic walk that he has. But that is not for today. This is serious business here today, Selwyn.
Yeah.
Serious.
Yeah. I think you're right.
I've been following your column, and you've had that lovely description, which many people are angry about, but many people appreciate why you describe the leader of the PNM as the leader of grief.
Our grief and sorrow.
Our grief and sorrow. And I mean, I could identify with it because I have felt some measure of grief and sorrow as a result of him holding office in Trinidad and Tobago. You know, it troubles me in so many ways. I'm not going to talk about it. But I want to talk to you about where we are. And I want to ask you two quick questions about the PNM, and then perhaps we can go to the real matter of what we must do. You, like I, have had a long history of being part of the PNM and its apparatus and its operations and that sort of thing. And I want to say to you, given the new leadership changes that have taken place in the PNM, is there politics, is there democracy within the PNM as we speak in this March month 2025?
Absolutely not.
Why do you say that?
Well, first of all, Eric Williams is a very smart man. And Eric developed what he called the delegate system to select your leader. So no one group of people, one group of rich people have the hold over the party. So when you have delegates and then the delegates to vote for, you can be assumed that a boy from Toko could come and become the prime minister because he's a member of the party. Mr. Rowley claimed that his greatest claim to fame was to make it a one-man, one vote. Once you do that, who have more corn will feed more fowl. You do that, it inevitably puts the power and the prestige on those who have money. So you violate the very first law. It seems equal, but it's almost like the animal farm. Some are more equal. That happened, and I thought, okay, well, maybe, all right, I wouldn't fight that too much. But then you have, which I think is the greatest violation. Again, Eric Williams, when he selected people he didn't like, he said, okay, I accept your vote, I'm going to carry the millstones. But he accepted the principle that the party members are the ones who determine the direction of the party. The leader of our grief turned it all over and says, I am the man. You'll do what I want.
I saw it a different way.
Yeah.
He said, I am the party.
Oh, yes, that's the famous Louis XIV, I think. I am the state. The state is me. And so what really happened, that I could not understand why you would do that. Because what it does, it removes the party from the people. And it takes it to you and your advisors and your multi-million friends. So that was tremendously something that I disliked tremendously. So, and on the basis of that, I broke with the party and says, that is wrong. And then you have a guy, again, I'm willing to say anybody could lead. I think James says every cook could govern.
But he didn't mean it in that context. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I know you read the book. You read On Party Politics by James. All right, he always talks about that. But my only point is that, and so therefore let the process take place. If you come through that, you're already ready to read. We have what is the most egregious and silly thing. You have a guy today who is the leader of the party today as we speak on March, I think it's 20th. We don't even know what he stands for. We don't even know what Mr. Young stands for. What is his belief politically, socially? We don't know. And if you elected a guy to lead you at this critical moment, you don't know what he stands for. He's not articulated his position about anything, and that ought to be rejected. So in terms of the party, it's turned the whole thing upside down. And that must be rejected. You must say no. And the third part is that the people who had to make a decision, not one, be it Cummins, be it, I don't care who it is, didn't have the fortitude to say, this is wrong. And so what we have are people who are non-critical thinkers. They're not scientific thinkers. A fellow called Richard Friedman a few days ago talked about the fact that you have to unlearn what you have learned. You must stand for something. Trudeau showed us. All right, I'm leaving the party. We'll vote. He got 89% of the vote. First thing, he becomes the governor. He runs to France. He runs to England. In other words, there's always that sense. But where we are now, we're not the devil in the deep blue sea. We don't even know, in all due respect to Mr. Young, what he stands for.
Well, Selwyn, that brings me to have, perhaps forces me to ask you the next question. As we assess the leadership of the two parties, of the two parties, which you believe is best suited to govern at this time?
The United National Congress. You've never had a party leader who cuss everybody loud and present openly. He has disparaged women openly, they're like a golf course, etc. Has absolutely no respect for women. Have absolutely no respect for anyone. And you're saying to me that you, etc., he's been discarded, and right now is a very simple choice. And again, I had listened to Mr. Jeremy speak about the whole thing. You have a guy who's had 5 years, or 10 years, a woman who's led for a much longer period. The economic record speaks for itself. She's done much better. Yes, she's made mistakes, but I think that she's better equipped to lead the country at this time. One, because of her experience as a leader, and two, because of the fact that we're going to have some heavy times ahead. And she's a much more gentle woman, a much more understanding, a much more empathetic woman, and I think she'll do the best things. She did one thing which I thought was entirely within the spirit of democracy. When she won the first time, she didn't go into some room and name some ministers. She had a meeting among everyone, so let's collectively decide that's the essence of democracy. And that's what she did. I don't know if you remember it, but that's what she did. And that's what democracy. You win, and they say, okay, we're going to go into some little room, whoever the leader is, both Pinham and prior to Kamala Bissessor, and I'm going to get Louis this, I'll get so-and-so. And they said, no, let's speak about it. And they had a very big meeting about that. So even in that sense, the democratic processes. But I think in terms of the spirit that you need right now, the leader of our group cuss everybody. The young boy is really a young boy in that he doesn't really understand, I don't think, by just experience, that he's not had the experience, and has not demonstrated. I think, in fact, that the leadership, as it is on the UNC, is much more inclined to lead and to be much more democratic. And the question of the race thing comes up. I think if you look at a woman like Jillian John, I think the amount of power that she's given Jillian John in terms of running the party, I think, is enormous. Again, we have to be very careful when we talk about race in this country, that there are two factors here. People don't simply almost exclusively vote on race. People vote in terms of their position within the social society. The People's National Movement, in terms of, are urban. They depend on urban folks, the part of Spain, San Fernando. An urban person tends to be much more cosmopolitan in that they reach out. An rural folk tends to be much more rural in the sense that the question of caste relations, which is very feudal, depends on knowing your place and knowing your own caste dharma. That's how you rule 1.7 million people, or whatever India is. Unless you know what your own caste dharma is and your own caste duty, that's what keeps it together. So the philosophical and theological orientations are a little different. It's really simple to coincide here with the racial origins. But people, I think, that is not the dominant. It was very important. I don't think people vote exclusively based on race. I didn't vote exclusively based on race. My parents would vote for the PM. I followed them. And as I grew to be a man, I think that their policies were better. But I think that you can't separate this thing of the race from the class and the person there. We have multiple identities, as this Stuart Hall said. When you go on party, you're one person. When you go to work, you're one person. That's all many identities in the same person. Which predominates in a particular moment depends on the social situation. So we have to, it's an untangled and rough thing, but it's not exclusively based on race. I look at two meetings I went to at the United Democratic, the UNC, and the amount of African people I saw there, to me, was revealing, because they recognize that their class interests is not simply within the color of their pigmentation, but in terms of the point where we are, where they must vote in terms of, there's a school of thought that says there's some sort of purity lies someplace out there, and don't vote on race as though, well, I don't know that's necessarily true. The Afro-American in the United States vote for the Democratic Party. In 1863, when slavery ended, Lincoln, who was a member of the Republican Party, freed them, and for 100 years until Eisenhower in 56, they all voted Republican Party. Come civil rights movement, the Democrats picked up the cause, and they voted in their own interest. So it's not, I won't reduce it to that. I think people, and of course, what I think is not entirely correct to reduce the race. The NR, when NR came in, they moved them. The UNC and the panel moved them. Kamala moved them. So it's not as unilateral. We have evidence that when people see that the arrangements are not in their own interest, they're willing to make that move and say, we shall vote for something else. So it can't be reduced exclusively to race.
So Selwyn,
yes, sir.
I hear you loud and clear. But I want to ask, not you, but the viewing audience, just where I started, are you better off today than you were 10 years ago? But more importantly, by extension to this very important question, we must ask, has the PNM abandoned a large core of its base? And if it has, we have heard the response and the answer to that particular question. The answer has come from none other than someone whom I'm going to ask a very important question today. Selwyn, are you still a member of the PNM?
Yes, I've not given up my party card. I see no reason. In fact, I think that the defeat for the PNM is the most healthy thing that would happen. They have to go back and reorganize and get back to the central principles of their founding fathers, as Professor Jeremy has said. You go back to your founding, and that's what makes, in fact, that makes the democracy stronger. To the degree we have two stronger parties, it makes the democracy stronger.
Good people, wherever you are in the world today, at this time, I want to thank you for staying with us. But I also want to thank Selwyn Cudjoe for coming and sharing his thoughts on these burning issues about race in our politics, about who we should vote for on this occasion.
And before you end, I want to say one thing. I want to thank you for your stalwart work you've done over the years for Trinidad and Tobago, both in your capacity as a mayor, a citizen, and a forward-looking national of Trinidad and Tobago. I think you don't get the play as you ought to get it, but I think that should be on the record. Whoever become party, whatever, we should always honor Louis Leasing for what he has done in these central areas.
Selwyn, I never did it for me. I did it for whatever work I have engaged in, as you know, and I have shared many a stage with you. It has to do with the fact that we have seen the need to do something in the best interest of those we serve. Thanks you so much, and good evening.
WESN.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi Macnish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. Over 1.1 million eligible to vote in upcoming election. Ramada slams government for missing pariah payment deadline. Delivery bike stolen from KFC. Starbucks robbed days later. And internationally, Musk versus South Africa. Starlink blocked over equity rules. Now for the details. Over 1.1 million people are registered to vote in the April 28th election, according to the EBC. 17 political parties and 3 independents will contest. The PNM is the only party fielding candidates in all 41 constituencies. The Patriotic Front follows with 37, while the UNC has 34, as part of a coalition. COP and PEP are running separately with 2 and 3 candidates respectively. Attorney Prakash Ramada has criticized the government for missing the April 14th deadline to pay promised $1 million ex gratia to the families of the Paria diving tragedy victims. He said Prime Minister Seo Jung acknowledged receipt of his letter but gave no update on payments. Ramada says the delay shows a lack of conscience and hopes the next government will fulfill the promise. Police are investigating the theft of a KFC delivery bag from Independence Square. It was last seen around 4 p.m. on April 12th and discovered missing by 8 p.m. CCTV footage is being reviewed. Meanwhile, 2 armed men robbed a Starbucks in Brentwood Plaza 2 days later, escaping with $255 in cash. Police in Chaguanas are probing the incident. Internationally, a standoff between Elon Musk's Starlink and the South African authorities has escalated into a diplomatic issue. Musk claims Starlink is blocked from operating there because he's not black, referring to the country's black empowerment laws. But regulators say the company never applied for a license. Starlink is pushing for an exemption from the 30% local ownership rule, a requirement under post-apartheid laws. Communications Minister Solly Malatsi supports relaxing the rule but faces resistance in Parliament. Meanwhile, relations between the U.S. and South Africa continue to sour, with President Trump threatening trade tariffs and accusing the government of land grabs. Amidst the fallout, South Africa has appointed Sibisi Jonas as special envoy to the U.S. in hopes of mending ties. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi Macnish. Thanks for watching.
WESN.
Hi, I'm Claudette, radiographer at the radiology departments at the community hospital. We offer high-quality service with state-of-the-art equipment in X-ray, ultrasound, CT, and mammogram. Come, our friendly staff awaits you.
Give us a call at 235-5479.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
SM Group International Limited, your solutions partner for the latest innovations, brands and competent staff to meet your needs. We provide products and services in the following divisions: executive services, event rental and services, power and heavy equipment, construction and property management, food and beverage, aggregate and sales and distribution. Check out more on our products and services at www.smgrouptt.com. Contact us at 221-7445 or email at info@smgrouptt.com. We are SM Group International, your solutions partner.
The best for your baby is at thebesttoys.com. From the best strollers, car seats, baby carriers, high chairs, booster seats, rockers, jumpers and bouncers, walkers, baby blankets, feeding accessories, bathtubs. Visit us in-store at Forces Flagship McLean. Shop online now at thebesttoys.com. Order via call or WhatsApp at 332-BABY. And remember, we have the best toys at the best prices.
The home of Caribbean content is growing, and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag. Step 2. Match the style number inside the jersey with the number on the tag. Step 3. Search it. A quick Google search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available.
You are watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Just give an overview of what exactly is that split arrangement.
In the studio now, you don't need to register nothing. You don't need, we can do that another time. But then it becomes a hit, and then everybody starts to want to claim.
The laws that predate many of the independent countries' constitutions are going to be those colonial laws.
We know there are an infinite amount of circumstances that would lead to a murder.
I have a great idea and I have a great concept, but until it's actually expressed, it does not become intellectual property.
Accomplishments or targets of a forensic accountant is to quantify what may have been lost.
We believe we defend criminals and we manipulated the law and we exploited the system.
A responsible journalist will reach out to the person who they have the information on for a comment.
We are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God, but you also can't prove God. So we kind of at a stalemate.
We'll focus on the woman who's being the victim,
right,
or the man is being the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI. Worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
Money is something we all deal with, but how many of us truly understand it? What if you could make better decisions with your money? Decisions that secure your future, protect your family, and bring you peace of mind. I'm Darren Jacobs, and I'm here to help you make sense of your dollars. Welcome to Dollars and Cents, the show that breaks down the financial world in ways that matter to you. No jargon, no confusion, just real conversations about money, your money. So join me every Wednesday at 10 a.m. on WESN for Dollars and Cents.
WESN.
For every creed and race to find an equal place, we must look beyond the colors, beyond race, but also beyond party affiliation. But perhaps, and today we'll also explore another, I guess you could say, a divide to some extent that we have in our country that we might not realize. Engagement in our politics. To some extent, of course, the older generations, they're invested. But what about our younger generations? To what extent do we here in TNT, we do not have that sense of youth engagement and energy and drive to help us find the future, to provide that fresh perspective as opposed to just going with business as usual, which many politicians say we shouldn't prescribe to, but to what extent does that actually come into effect? And joining me on today's special edition of Talking Point, I have an esteemed panel that has left me feeling somewhat redundant on my own show because folks, they are far more qualified than I to speak on this subject. So, starting with our first guest here this morning, I do want to make sure that I have everything correct. We have here an Express columnist as well as assistant professor at the University of Texas, Dr. Joel de Matas. Yes. And of course we have, well, it's simplified. We have economist, but also specialist consultant in competitiveness, Dr. Indira Sajuan. And finally, we have with me not only a geopolitical analyst, but I would argue, at least for this episode of Talking Point, he deserves a producer's credit because he's Dr. Shane Mohammed, so he can't be production assistant. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for agreeing to this discussion here that I think it's one of those, we know it, but we still, I believe, we underestimate it.
Yeah, good morning. And good morning to the panelists.
Good morning, everybody.
And good morning, Sharon, today.
So, the first thing I want, just to kick off the discussion, Dr. de Matas, is that young people, it seems as though they're not necessarily involved, but part of it, I fear, is that they're actively choosing not to be involved, right? Now, to what extent is it that they just don't see the point, or to what extent is it that the channels of the discussion and the information distribution is just not getting to them because there's the whole situation with social media and whatnot. Is that fair to say that for whatever reason, our politics, unlike other parts of the world, where you see activism on campuses, where you see young people having opinions and voicing those opinions, and to some extent being informed, is it fair to say that we don't necessarily have that here?
Yeah, absolutely. The level of disengagement is sort of symptomatic of the cultural factors that bear upon how we perceive ourselves and also young people and their role in Trinidad and Tobago, and how much power they actually realize that they could have, but they don't exercise. And you reference the global trends, and you look to the US in 2020, Joe Biden relied on the youth vote. 2008, Barack Obama as well in southern states. Donald Trump was in big favor with the young people, and it was the economy, and I know we'll talk about that a lot, but that consistent message, however we may view that message, it resonated with young people, and for some reason it doesn't resonate at home, where we have very similar, I would identify a similar economic downturn, and yet the message isn't getting across, and we're not as politically engaged, and so the ideology and the extent to which young people are tuned in to the news, not just social media, not just memes, not just TikToks, but actual policies and ideologies. It's just not there as much.
Well, we'll get to ideologies or lack thereof. Dr. Sajuan, I mean, I had another question, but you brought up an interesting point with regards to the economics of the country and the job opportunities and the fact that to some extent the youth don't necessarily see the way forward. And that disconnect seems to be affecting them. And now, to some extent, is it because, look, we're just a small country, so there's just certain things we can't have? Or is it that we've just allowed our young people, we're not necessarily putting things in place, we're kind of assuming, well, this worked in the past, so it'll continue to work, and we're not really trying to make a difference. Oh, well, we did GATE, so we just kind of do this blanket thing and expect it to all work out, but it hasn't really seemed to work out.
Sean, there's a lot to unpack in what we have started to discuss. To begin with, even though there's similarity in terms of the the issues of the economy, and one would expect that should be so important because we have been in a situation where options for employment has been really declining. And when you look at the data, for example, in all of the major sectors, where we talk about manufacturing, agriculture, the energy sector, over the last 10 years, the number of people employed in these sectors, and these are the sustainable jobs, have actually declined. It has declined, right? But I want to go back one step. I think that young people are disconnected in large part because our education system is failing us. We don't have civic, our education system does not instill in young people that sense of civic responsibility or the role of governance. I mean, except for basic things, they, you know, I remember my parent, you know, teaching them what's the upper house and what is the house of representatives, what it means. There is nothing more than that. Whereas if you look at the United States, this is entrenched from a very, very, very early age. You have education mechanism structured to meet the different age groups so that they can understand what is the role of government, what is their role in governance, so that they go through and they eventually become adults a lot more excited to be part of the solution because they see that they can be. I think that is something that is very much missing here. So that's one thing. The other thing is when I look at young people, I would break them into two categories. There's that one category of individuals who have benefited from the almost free education, etc. They are now certified. But the education system promised them opportunities. And to a large extent, in more recent years, that promise has not been delivered on. Through no fault of their own, they've studied hard. I mean, those who are fighting for these scholarships and then suddenly the government changes the parameters in terms of what allows you to get a scholarship and then what? Or they tell you study hard, go to university, your parents are pushing you, you do that. And then you come out, you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, you're an engineer now, and you cannot find jobs. Then there's the issue of the curriculum within our education system and whether it is really meeting the needs of this new world that we live in. But then that is connected to the inability of our development model to actually be sending the signals to them in terms of where opportunities are. So they feel disconnected. They don't feel getting involved makes a difference. They have to fight up because that is, as it is, even if they land a job, you have graduates who are underemployed because they're earning less than they should be earning. Two young graduates get together, they might get married or whatever. They can't afford a basic mortgage. They can't afford a car. So these are things, so it makes them disconnect from all of it and just going into their silos and listen, I have to survive this. Crime is bad, nobody's controlling crime, but I have to try to maneuver within there because I need to live. And then there's a large segment of the youth population, I think, that nobody's speaking to them. They're just left there out on their own, really. They're being attracted to crime because that is what is giving them opportunity. They're getting a quick buck in order to do something really bad. But, you know, to them, they don't see that there are options, and not that there are not options, because there are so many tech work opportunities in this country, but again, they don't see the end game. They don't see that when I do this, I will actually find a job and find an opportunity. And even when they look at the potential salary, it's not enough. Whereas they could go and commit. I don't even want to say this on national television, but it's so easy to make a quicker buck in that illegal economy rather than illegal. So I'm saying the formal economy is really literally failing them. But I just want to end on this. We are, though, seeing some shifts around. I mean, look at Michaela Pandey's campaign. I mean, we don't know the numbers because we're not a country that got data, but we're seeing a lot of young people there. Right? That is, she has amalgamated a set of young people. When we look at some of the candidates that are on offer on the traditional, from the traditional parties, we are seeing, I mean, maybe a little more mature young people, but certainly in their 30s, we are seeing some of that on offer. So, you know, I don't know what the future holds, but it is something that we need to focus on, definitely.
I mean, to that last point, I fear, and I've heard anecdotal reasoning before from people, you know, the young professionals, they don't want to be engaged with the bacchanal. It's because of the bacchanal. Ironically, it seems like global politics is descending into bacchanal throughout all the corners. I thought we were the capital, but now we might get overtaken by the United States or England. How many prime ministers are going to go through in a 5-year period? But Shane, just before we unpack all of these things, one of the last things I want to get to is the fact that, you know, you're a political analyst in a country where we don't actually have political ideologies. And to some extent, me with my amateur background, I find it, you know, at least intellectually, it's not as interesting, because when everybody is saying that they're for everything, well, what's the point? What's the difference between you and who else? Well, the famous quote is, we are perceived as less corrupt. What's the proof of that? Like, right now this campaign is more centered around allegations with no evidence, as opposed to my ideologies versus your ideologies, and which one do we think is better to fix the problem? And young people not having an ideology to grasp hold of, to bite on, to chew through, to excite them. I just feel like they're disconnected, because they follow the stuff from abroad, they follow everything from the States, but we don't have that.
Well, the thing about it is, I think what has happened over the years is that political parties started having ideologies. So if you look into the website and you look into the constitution of the PNM and the UNC, being the main parties, you will find an ideology, right? And a couple of weeks ago, I had to, you know, the media was asking about whether Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar is left or right, and I had to say to them, I said, listen, left or right is an American term that the Greater Trinidad and Tobago does not understand. So if you are looking to engage young people about what left or right is, you have to break it down for them to really understand what left or right does actually mean. And then it's not one or the other, because you have to take into consideration that while you have liberals and conservatives, you have moderates in the middle that are the center, and you could be leaning moderately liberal or moderately conservative. And then you don't necessarily have to, you know, depending on the issues that arise, you have a different position. But it's not like in the Constitution, the political parties that exist does not have morals and values, objectives, goals, and ideology. It's that it seems as though it's no longer the fabric and foundation of their dialogue, and that you're right, we've descended into bacchanal and you know, personal attacks and that sort of thing. But I also believe that political parties are afraid.
Can I just
Go ahead.
Do you think that they know they have an ideology?
In the dispensation of political parties, they've lost it. They do, they can't.
Do you think they are aware of it?
No, at this stage in 2025, they don't know where the moorings are. They don't know. They've had to. The people that have emerged in the political parties, how many years after? 30, 40, 50 years after. If you ask them what their foundation was and their ideology was or is, they can't tell you. And if they can't tell you what their ideology is, they can. And I would say this: they can barely discuss what a policy is that they benefited from, or you know, articulate. Or articulate what the policy was that they benefited from. It is very easy to say that okay, we benefited from GATE, but to what extent? And you know, you made a good point about the lack of what I will call, and you would like this word, sustainable development. It's not holistic in the approach of governance, and it's not linked, because yes, you want to push towards graduating a greater number of students out of universities in the different fields, but then what's next after that? And you can't tell me that you want to push a student that has graduated with first class honors into OJT program for 2 years, and then what? So we have moved away from having a holistic approach, not only for governance in terms of, but governance as it pertains to sustainable development for young people and engaging them. One of the things that I will say is missing very badly in this campaign is there's no political party has put forward a youth campaign that's specifically designed to capture the minds of young people, engaging young politicians, engaging them on the issues and the conversations and in the discourse that touch and concern their lives.
But it was mentioned, to some extent, they're trying to use music and culture to attract, but they're not necessarily speaking directly to.
And that, for me, is makeup and foundation and superficial window dressing, because while we have the music and the vibes and the jazz, the music, vibes and jazz doesn't take us into a future where it's sustainable, prosperous, and looks to career paths and all of that. You need to have a specific youth campaign that is designed to capture the minds of young people and engage young people, but they must also be engaged by their peers, which are young people who are involved in politics. And I don't believe that, no, let me correct myself. It's not that it has not happened in 2025, and that's a huge chunk of the campaign that has been missing. And it's not like we didn't know that 2025 was coming and we didn't know that election was due, whether it was early, late, or long, or whenever it was, it should have been part of your framework. And it should have been targeted towards the people that is the future of Trinidad and Tobago. And unfortunately, my young people is not engaged.
And if I could just look at the issue of a manifesto, for example, right? the PNM would have known when they intended to call election. Look when they have released a manifesto that's
182 pages.
I am an analyst, I'm an economist, and I don't know if I have the mindset in this moment to read that. The UNC has been offering snippets through what they call mini manifesto. They have been calling for an election now since last year. They keep calling, bring on the election, bring on the election. But yet we have not yet seen a full manifesto. The Patriotic Front, right? They talk about bringing one to the table, but there is none.
Where's the conversation?
So,
the NTA says that they're not going to have a manifesto.
Right, and the NTA saying people are stealing their ideas, and that's the NTA.
Yeah.
So, so that the basis on which one can have serious conversation on issues has really been absent. A substantive document that we can hold people to account, that we can hold political parties to account on. All we have is the rhetoric. All young people have is the rhetoric on the platforms, and to them, they just dismissing it because it's not resonating with what they know and what they feel. Young people are aware. They know what's happening in the U.S. They know what President Trump is doing. They know how that is affecting their pockets, how it could potentially affect their future. But we're not having that kind of conversations on the platform, are we?
Let me just say something about the manifesto really quickly, because that is part of the culture. We've come to expect a manifesto. But I actually agree with Mr. Griffith, like, not to have a manifesto, because that actually breaks the tradition. Even when you look at the manifesto, I also did not get through it, but it's idealistic. Right? It's promises. It's not a policy. A manifesto says this is what I will do, but how are you going to do it? How much is this going to cost the economy?
Well, they really can't put that in there. But I mean, I just want to take the government to task. You have been in office now for almost 10 years, right? You really should be just handing us something that says, this is what we have achieved, and this is how we continue to. How we continuing. But they can't say that, because when you look at the data, it's telling you that they have not performed well.
But I can tell you that I've gotten, as of last night, I've taken the time to go through the 182 pages so far. I've gotten to page 78. I'm at pillar 3, and I am saying that there are things that are in the manifesto that they could have put in our budget 5 years ago, 3 years ago. There are one-liners that I'm like, but this is something that you could allocate in a budget that would have put you in a better position to pivot to the young people.
Some of it is low
and a lot of
right?
it is repetitive.
Obviously, because they never did it.
I'm like, what is happening?
So I didn't read the budget, but let's talk about what has been said on the platform. The Prime Minister is saying, and this is targeting the youth, for young people, I am going to allocate 3,000 lots, and I am going to provide you with all of the utilities, the infrastructure, the road, electricity, etc. Plus, I'm going to give you a plan for it for a house that is 1 million to 1.5 million. I mean, with greatest respect, Mr. Prime Minister, but you don't understand. The young people can't afford that unless they have a father with some deep pockets who's going to make a significant deposit on that for them.
Let me give an example.
But more importantly, before you cut me across, what prevented the government from having done that over the last 10 years? I am one of those people who've been articulated. We got to target the youth. We got to target the young people. We got to keep them here because brain drain is another issue. They're leaving.
Well,
in droves. So
before we get to that, because that's another thing that's been bothering me. But I do want to take a break, but I want to just bring back in Dr. DeMatteis here and ask, like, some of these things, you mentioned culture. And this is what I feel. It's almost like if culturally we have allowed our society to shift. And maybe it's because it's over time, we're not fully aware of it. But now we've reached the point where I have a caller, he basically said my father would he went to junior sec, but his father would engage with him, right? And his educational prospects were not limited because culturally it was a whole different world. You know, you're not condemned to a life of misery if you go to a junior sec. You know, and discussing issues in the household at the kitchen table, engaging as a family, kind of teaching your child, hey, this is some of the issues, this is what I think, and hopefully you're teaching him how to think. Like, now you have an NGO, you're engaged with activism. Are you concerned in any way that culturally, like, we've just gone too far?
Yeah. Well, this is the problem of like a young nation, right? We need to sometimes manage the expectations. So we're very young, and we're also a colonial nation. I can't help but bring it back to culture. We have been culturally ingrained not to think about left and right, but to think about an African and an Indian party.
Yes.
Earl Lovelace.
That's the conversation.
Right, and this is my literature background speaking here, but Earl Lovelace wrote about this politician fighting, and we want to be part of the African party, and that is what we have. That's our ideology. Our ideology is race, right? Our ideology is class as well.
You don't think we're breaking that?
Not yet,
we
no.
now have a non-African as the leader of the PNF.
No, because
I don't know how much that is resonating, though.
Just putting it out there.
You know,
no, but even in the lead up,
I'll even go far and say that is window dressing.
Yeah, in the UNC we have a lot of non-Indians.
Yeah.
Well, now.
No, but that started under Mr. Pandey, though.
Yeah, but even in the lead up.
This is what it is. I'm just putting it on the table.
Even in the lead up, there was talk about Mr. Stewart Young's race. Like, even then, so even though, like, that's the front face of the party, we still have these discussions around race.
I actually somewhat dislike the fact that it's put on him. And I hate that, well, if he fails, then that might cause that element of diversity to be seen as a negative. And there's a part of me that's like, I really hope it's not about his race. And if he just to have the face is not a good reason.
Yeah, but this is part of the cultural paradigm shift we need. We need to think differently about politics, about race.
When it comes down to education.
Yes, and that's why I agree, because that's the other thing. Like, when we're growing up, we've been told the future is in the book bag of the children, right? So I'm one of the people that benefited from GATE, from undergrad and postgrad. I'm one of the people that, unfortunately, you would consider part of that brain drain, although I'm here physically.
Well, I was not going to say
right?
that.
Yeah,
I'm now going to say
right?
that.
I wouldn't say that you're part of the brain drain. And here's why. The idea that I read somewhere, I can't remember where it was, not only do you lose the economic potential, but more importantly, when you are in a nation that's underdeveloped and you need to solve problems, who's going to solve the problems? Well, if the best and brightest go, right? So the fact that we have people like yourself who are willing to at least come back and contribute with ideas and in the conversation and in activism and in work, you know, it's not, to me, the people going to find other jobs is not the problem. It's the void in the upper echelons of our education.
And not just that, we live in a global village, so it should be okay for our young people to have an aspiration. Well, you know, I want to go out there and I want to work in another country, get a different experience, and maybe come back and contribute. Nothing's wrong with that.
But it shouldn't be their first choice.
And so it shouldn't be forced on them,
but
right?
I'm okay if it's their first choice, you know, but what I'm saying, it shouldn't be because Trinidad doesn't offer them an opportunity.
Yes.
And the reality is they're leaving, a lot of them, not because they want to leave.
They have no choice.
But because they have no choice.
But is it that we kind of take it for granted? Oh, we're a small nation. We'll only have so many.
I don't buy into that.
And you know, I don't. But you see, I have come to the point, and I'm maybe a little older now, where I'm like, you know, we really need to get over ourselves with this concept of colonialism, and we're young because you know what, the world is changing at such a rate. We really can't continue to use those things as I don't want to use the word excuses, but it's what comes to mind for why we can't do better and why we can't achieve.
Younger nations than Trinidad and Tobago surpassed Trinidad and Tobago in the 100 years of wealth that Trinidad and Tobago has benefited from. And where has that investment been, and how have we lost that investment because people are suffering, and they get into office and they suffer from hubris. Illusions of grandeur. They become inaccessible. They believe that their office and the honorable title that they're tied to gives them authority without responsibility, and they feel they're better than the people that voted for them, and they're not open to ideas and thoughts. The whole concept of governance and looking at how do we strengthen the population and its engagement, and a simple thing, responsibility and transparency, and accessibility, but a simple thing. The EBC knows that there's an election. They were preparing for an election, But the only place they put an advertisement is on the TV and a little bit on the newspaper. But what about Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok and all of the different platforms that young people are on a daily basis? Take that and translate it in something that is easily followable or readable that will say, oh, well, yeah, I know how to vote. But if you only doing it in the traditional areas of media, young people are not traditionalists. They are outside of that. Even when I am lecturing, in the real time when she's lecturing, Gerald will tell you when he's lecturing, I tell young people, I don't need you to read a book. What is your platform? You can find information on Instagram, you can find information on Facebook. It's all about what you're following that is going to be relevant to what you are doing in life.
I think, right, the statement in the past was, well, why don't you go and read a book, right?
You can't do that.
But the point was not, Dr. Matters, to read a book. The point was to read something.
Correct.
Young people cannot seek information out. And it's the kind of information as well. And I hate to be this person that talks, because the last thing that young people is another person talking to them. But the ability to seek information is very important, and it's a critical skill I like that point you make about the civic education, because that is where young Americans learn to seek information.
Correct.
And the appetite is there. They may go.
Go and volunteer when there is a campaign in their communities, etc.
Yeah, they take it too far sometimes, in my opinion. But the desire to seek information is there.
And to participate.
Yeah.
So let me add to this. I made a call since Monday that UE, UTT, and COSTAT in particular should suspend examinations on election day to allow students, which amount to 40,000 students collectively, to be given the opportunity to go and vote in their rural communities, to vote in Tobago, to vote wherever. So they're not running up and down. Or they may just forfeit voting because they have an election. Silence.
So the exams have to be scheduled?
Exams are scheduled on election day. Or if we are so responsible as educators and educational leaders, it is the responsibility of all universities that touch and concern the lives of students to suspend the exams for that one day, push it one day down the road, and allow students the opportunity to go and vote and exercise their franchise. And students must understand at the very same time that the purpose for which exams have been suspended is so that you go to your communities and vote, and you get involved in the process, because at the end of the day, they have to understand at the same time that their decisions or inaction has a consequence or a benefit depending on what they do or don't do.
Okay, I feel I had a question that I want to ask before taking a break, but I feel if I do that, we'll go for another 20 minutes. So let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. There's something I want to follow up with here with Dr. De Matas and the panel with regards to literacy, but media literacy, I think, is one of my chief concerns in 2025. Stay tuned. This is Talking about WSN, and we've gotten our first comment on social media, so we'll address that as well. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
My name is Dr. Joanne Williams-Carroll, and I am the Director of Behavioral and Mental Health at the Community Hospital. At the Community Hospital, we believe in nurturing mind, body, and soul. Through our counseling and chaplaincy program, we will provide you with support and strength you need to help with your mental and emotional well-being.
Give us a call. The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, where good private health care is affordable.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title, it's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag. Step 2. Match the style number inside the jersey with the number on the tag. Step 3. Search it. A quick Google search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available.
This is 10 questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward on our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for, it's called loss and damage, and we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
I'm back here.
Very aggressive, so you have to please. Yeah, you just jump in. Don't just wait, okay? Yeah, and that's what makes it interesting.
Folks, we're back here talking.
We're back on
Listen, that was a nice behind the scenes.
Oh my God.
We're back here talking about WSN, and my panel here, my very passionate panel, has to warn our friend who's gone abroad and come all the way back. Look, this is how it is.
Remember, yes, at Trini.
Yes, remember at Trini. Match the energy. Match the energy. No. Okay. Let me bring the energy down with my technical point now, but we could get into it. Literacy has always been like, that's the thing, right? That's the standard, the minimum. Like, you need to be literate. You need to be literate in society. You need to be able to read and write. I mean, we still have functionally illiterate people in TNT, which I find it blows my mind. How do you live? But I think in 2025, one of the things that I'm concerned about is we have a lot of smart people that see things on the internet, and like, you see that, and they believe it because it's on the internet, right? Because it looks official, they believe it. And I do wonder if, to some extent, the global society needs to understand literacy is not enough anymore. Now you have to be media literate. You have to be able to assess what is the source, what are they saying, how credible is the analysis, how credible is the information, what does it mean to me? Because a lot of it is just an emotional, oh, did you see what they did there? All right, but can you even explain to me why I need to be concerned, or why this is bad, or what is the full extent of this? So, and not a lot of people do that. Just kind of see clickbait headlines. That's the new term. It replaced sensational headlines. Clickbait titles, right? But it's the same process. But I feel like because the internet is more widespread and it's engaged more, it's gotten worse in a way. It's no longer, oh, that sensational headline in newspaper, what's the negatives of that? A clickbait headline title of an online article could have far more reach and do potentially far more damage. And the young people now, that's what they're looking for, it seems almost.
But Sean, I'll say this. We grew up in a society where we were told that if you don't have book sense, you have common sense. It's been ingrained. And okay.
I don't agree with you. Maybe our parents' generation that maybe so. But since then,
let me I refuse to believe in 2025 that young people and people generally, they are so all about clickbaiting and superficiality that we've gone dotish. Because we're not dotish. We big and we have some sense. Or we big and we have sense. Yes, I know you're giving me that look. But I want to give the greater, most of Trinidad and Tobago, or all of Trinidad and Tobago, the benefit of the doubt that they are at the very least big and have sense, and they can do some discerning between what is real and unreal. And if they can't, then they're caught up in sensationalism. And there's politicians that I could call out now that are involved directly in sensationalizing every single thing.
Yes.
Well, let me throw one more thing and say artificial intelligence, because we've had images being shared, we've had deep fakes of politicians, so it's difficult, and it's not the young people, it's everyone.
Now, to me, some of those things are obviously fake if you kind of know what to look for. But I know that not everybody's going to see it that way. They're just going to be, oh my gosh, look at this, you see this? And they'll be so caught up with the emotions of, you know, the shock value of it, they won't actually be like, oh yeah, this looks a little too smooth. What human skin looks this smooth on a cell phone camera, right? That is almost animated, things like that. So, but Dr. Wade, let me just say this. I don't know, you know, I am wondering, maybe you are around too many intellectuals, right? And not necessarily engaging too much with, because the joke is, or the anecdote is, I think maybe Winston Churchill might have had this quote, and I'm paraphrasing, and I might be paraphrasing it incorrectly, but kind of look at the average level. I think with Churchill, it might have been the average level of the voter, right? Think about the average level of interaction that you have, and understand, like, a significant amount of the population, by definition, would then be below that.
But the question then comes down to, if that is the status quo right now, then every single government is to blame. Because clearly the dream of having an education has not trickled down at the very basic level.
Okay. Can we come back for a minute and talk about this issue of literacy that you raised, right? We have to say, what does literacy mean in Trinidad? I think it's generational, and what it meant a long time ago. I mean, you could quote some literature, right? But us, the generations that are in the, I don't know how old you are, in their 30s and
don't know who Walcott is.
That's correct. And it's not their fault. It is because literacy in Trinidad and Tobago has meant cramming to pass an exam.
True.
From the time they start school, it's about focus on the exam. It's about coming first. That's what it is. It's about the scholarship. And just doing what is required in order to be able to get that done.
Not a single political party in 2025 has put forward a plan as to how they could address the stress mentally, emotionally on both parents, teachers, and students as it pertains to SEA.
Exactly. And these are things that we have to address. And the consequence is we are certified nation. The extent to which we are literate, to me, is highly questionable. So a lot of young people do not understand. They don't even know what it is to source check something,
critical
to ensure
thinking,
the
fact
thing.
checking.
And while we are talking about the media, I mean, I have kids now in their late teens, 20s, and they get their information from Instagram, from these things, and I have to be reminding them, make sure you check your source. Make sure you go back and you make sure that this thing is, except don't just send me something that you see out there. You have to verify. But how many people have the capacity to do that for young people?
I mean, part of it is when you look at intellectuals of a certain generation, they'll be quoting certain writers from, you know, the early 20th century, you know, as the whole conception of government and economics kind of shifted. And some of those authors and those ideas, they're still the bedrock of where we are now. But how many university students even know some of those Russian names, right?
But it's easy for them to find it. All they do is, okay, they want a quote on something, they Google it and they get it.
Do they
so they don't, that's not, but they
know the
could
black
quote.
Exactly.
But they may see Stalin and they may quote something from him. But all they know is that quote. They do not know
the philosophy, the
struggle,
struggle.
Because they don't have time for that. So, I mean, technology has allowed young people to sound very, very literate, but they have not invested the time that has been required. And more we're going into a world that is so fast-paced that we are losing that. Can we pull that back?
I want to go back to two things you said. What do we understand? First of all, we understand Bacchanal, we understand commerce. We understand that we're a land of party, right? The roadmap, some drill that into our heads. But the problem is we don't understand when it's time to stop partying.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So that's the first thing. What do we understand? The second thing is, when we're thinking about codes and you know, sounding flowery language like we're thinking about influence, right? Who are the defining people of this generation? I'll go back to Kamala Harris. Now, she lost the election, right? But her campaign was premised on freedom by Beyonce, right? That was the person she relied on as the face of her campaign, because she felt that young people could resonate with that. The problem was not many other people turned up, because Beyonce wasn't relatable for an older generation,
Correct.
for a rural generation,
Yes.
for a non-black generation.
Yes.
So you always have to match, you constantly have to match the vibe of the nation that you want to represent.
So you have multiple personas.
And in Trinidad, Trinidad and Tobago, we just don't have that ability to reach young people. And you mentioned the youth campaign. How can we have a targeted youth campaign when we don't have an ideology for that youth campaign to follow?
As you said, Tobago, I'd give credit, and I always do, I give credit to Tobago. Tobago, since 2021, has made the shift to a new generation of leaders.
Yeah.
And that new generation of leaders captures both the mature and the young collectively. So if you look at the TPP and the PNM campaign in Tobago, you will see younger faces, younger generation of leaders emerging out of Tobago. Now, you have to take into consideration the TPP is a standalone party, the PNM is a connect to Trinidad. And there's an ideology and a belief system and a value system that is interlinked between Tobago's PNM and Trinidad's PNM, right? So, but the TPP on its own, why did the TPP win overwhelmingly? It was because they were able to capture the minds of not just the young generation, but the mature and the older folks on the island. That is the bedrock of the society. So when you look at if I'm looking at the campaign in Tobago, yes, it is very youthful because they are talking, they're doing the religious aspect with the gospel, they're doing the young people with the different music, they have the different speakers, they have all the dynamic of speakers, the generations of speakers. So in Tobago, they've captured it. Trinidad is a different story. And while the PNM is pushing Stuart Young as young Prime Minister, he is still not resonating with depth. And his promises to the young people does not hold a basket of water.
I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about social media where we are getting a lot of the information because the campaign, of course, is wide and vast. But I can't help but talk about Devish Mirage. And Devish is actually significantly targeting young people in his campaign.
Right.
He's going into the communities, he's organizing events that are appealing to them, football matches, cricket matches, and he's drawing them out, engaging with them quite deliberately. I mean, it would be interesting after the fact to see how that translates in terms of vote. But I've seen that identify in social media. I don't know, I can't say to what extent other candidates are doing it because, I mean, I open Facebook and it's in my face. So they have found a way to be able to connect with individuals through this mechanism to show you what they're doing.
But that is also what, and that's where, so Indira is talking about Devish, and I'm talking about Tobago, but let me also use another example. That is what Michaela Pandey positioned herself as, the new voice, the new chapter, the new change. But it is not, there's no wave of young people supporting Michaela Pandey in a way that it threatens the status quo. And the question is why? Has Michaela taken the time to address the issues that touch and concern young people and how she's going to take them into the next chapter and into the future, not just as a political leader, but as a prime minister? And unfortunately, the answer to that question is no, in my humble opinion. Right? Young people, has she even taken the opportunity to educate her own candidates about what their roles and functions are, what they represent, how they... I have looked at one of her candidates on a CNTT program, not able to articulate one single policy out of the patriotic front.
Deferring to the leader. Our politics is about deferring to the leader. And that is an unfortunate thing. So very often, when candidates are asked a question, and policy question, what is your government or your party going to do? They say, well, you need to wait for the leader to articulate it. And that needs to change, and young people are looking on at that.
Because you looked at the last 10 years, and especially the last 5 years, I'm more aware, ministers don't want to talk. ministers don't want to risk stepping out of line. I think Adrian de Leon, I can't remember what it was, but he said something and the government went in the complete other direction after he said it. And I think he was just offering like the obvious response, but the government didn't go in that direction. And it was one of the things, I don't think it necessarily got him in trouble, but just to show that, and they see that and they're like, this is what we're going to talk. We'll just stay buttoned up and we'll kind of follow. And then when you have MPs who are followers rather than leaders, it's like, why are you even here? Because you're supposed to be representing a constituency. That means you have to, in some capacity, lead them to get their consensus in theory, because we know that we just vote on party lines, not on...
I want to add to that, and I would say one of the greatest downfalls, and I said this directly on another set to Minister Gatsby Dolly, that one of the greatest downfalls of the current administration has been their lack of effective communication with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Most times they were getting spoken down to by a minister, or stooped at by a minister, or buffed by the Prime Minister, as if we are second class.
When you do that to young people...
What do you expect? They're going to turn off. There's a different approach.
They already get that from their parents.
Exactly.
And they turn off their parents.
Exactly.
Right. Now, there's a social media comment, and I will do a little bit of translation to advance the discussion, but basically the commenter said the government shocking themselves into their own non-performance. And to some extent, let's kind of take it a little bit liberally, because you said they're disconnected. And I do feel that if you listen to politicians on campaign trail talk, they don't seemingly fully understand, and they have little Freudian slips potentially of, oh, what does the economy mean to the vast majority of the population? What opportunities are there? Because we might make the mistake if we import a Spain and we say, oh, look how many new hybrid cars and new hybrid SUVs and new Mercedes-Benz and BMWs that there are. Sometime around last year, it was almost like if all the people who wanted to buy a car during COVID, they finally caught their collective breath and said, all right, we're getting that new car now. And we just had a flood of new cars. We went from PED to PEF in months. It was ridiculous, right? And you might think, oh my gosh, look at all of this business going on and economic activity. It's like, no, I don't think that's an indicator that we're fine, right? Because too many people are saying, I can't buy meat. So, could it be that they're so blind to it, right? But I fear that they're almost, not necessarily intentionally, but in a way, they're blinding themselves. It's almost like there's just haters. You know, people who complain, they're just haters. Let's disregard them, because we know what we're about, and we're fine. But too many people are saying, no, we're not fine.
Yeah, I think it's just like base solidifying. Like if we take care of the base, we can attract just enough to get into power.
Okay.
And that's how I feel.
It's a little different, because I think even a lot of parts of the base is frustrated because they have felt the hardships of the lack of jobs, the high prices, etc. I feel the PNM finds itself in this particular dilemma. They've been in government now for almost 10 years.
Of course.
Anything they offer now, going forward, they are going to be hit with. Why didn't you do it over the last 10 years?
Agreed.
Because it's not hard things. If you ask them, what is your policy for the energy sector? They have nothing to answer, because it has simply been dragon. Even though people have said, you got to look at renewables, you got to look at incentivizing drilling within our waters, etc. They were single-mindedly focused on the dragon. It has fallen apart. What do you offer the country at this point in time?
Also, diversification is given lip service, but never taken seriously.
When Trump won. But so the thing is, it is hard. So that is why, and I feel in response to that, therefore, they are trying to run a fair campaign. So their fair campaign is, if you vote for the other side, they're going to devalue the currency. They're going to take us to the IMF without any facts to substantiate that. So they are shifting.
Around the world says, blame and accuse and fear them.
What the country needs to understand, though, and I'll tell you two things that stand out to me. The country needs to understand that there are measures that we have to get to, and there are structures and financial structures and what I call buffers in place that has been put in place since Manning and Pandey's time to prevent Trinidad and Tobago from just falling off a cliff and running into the IMF.
Now I run out.
It wouldn't, because they've not done any savings. But I'll tell you another thing that stands out to me. I was sitting in an audience in Dagger Auditorium a couple of years back, and a forum was taking place where both Iwari was on the stage, Arthur Lockjack was on the stage, Stuart Young was on the stage. And there's a particular individual who was sitting in the audience that got up to speak about diversification, to talk about international negotiations, to talk about how we should move towards a non-energy based economy. And that individual got a response that I found to be the most disgusting, in my opinion, from a man called Stuart Young, when he looked at the individual and said, "What is your experience in international negotiations?" and then moved to dismiss the mind that was having a very serious, contributing to a very serious part of the dialogue, which would have been beneficial. The victim of that dismissal happens to be Dr. Indira Sajawan. And you don't realize that I was sitting not very far to witness it. And if you could talk down to someone who has experience and expertise like she does, then who is the people of Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, and the thing with diversification that I think maybe is not getting enough credit, it's not just about the economy. Because when we started, we were talking about opportunities for young people.
Yes.
Now, if you have a Dutch disease-laden, single energy sector focused economy, besides opportunities in the energy sector, and there's only going to be so much, right? You only have so much fossil fuels. Where are the opportunities going to come from? And diversification essentially says we get other industries, so we have other different job opportunities so that people with different interests have somewhere to go, because as a small nation, that's the uphill battle. We're not going to have all the opportunities, the diverse opportunities that America's going to have, but why do we strangle ourselves artificially?
Let me just jump in here, for example, to give you a real example. In priority 3 of the manifesto, and if they feel I read the 182 pages, I'm going to read it before the weekend is done, because I'm coming for them on it. The priority 3 under education, the PNM government is telling us that they are going to align courses, and I'm paraphrasing here, they're going to align subjects to prepare students to be sector and work ready to go with energy, health, agriculture, and to align subjects. And I'm sitting down thinking, wait. For health services, we are teaching students human and social biology, chemistry, physics to go into med. What more you want to teach them? For agriculture and agriculture technology, we have IT and we have agriculture science on the curriculum. What else do you want to teach them? And there are tourism, you have social studies. For arts and creative arts, you have theater arts, visual arts, you have drama, you have dance in the secondary schools, and then they graduate into the university. The problem is, how do you want to realign that when it already exists? But down the road, you can't provide a job for a student who studies any of those subjects. They talk about the Point Fortin Hospital, the Arima Hospital, the Grandi Hospital, the Port of Spain Hospital. Let me just take those 4. Why it is doctors, young doctors in Trinidad and Tobago, are on yearly and month-to-month and 3-month contracts, and you can't regularize the tenure of doctors and young doctors so that they could have long-term sustainability in their jobs. What is wrong?
With those kind of contracts, they can't buy a car, they can't buy a house, so they can't make an investment in their future.
A vet is making $6,800 in the public service after a man study or a woman study, a young girl study for 5 years to become a vet. You are telling me that you are paying them $6,800 to work in the public service under the Ministry of Health? That is tenable for a qualified doctor?
And I'll say this, with tourism, tourism is a very wide, in TNT, in my opinion, a very wide but flat industry. Upward mobility is near non-existent because there's only so much senior spots.
Let me tell you the trick there, and I'll call them out again because sometimes they think we've not researched. The tourism division in Tobago has been approached by Sunwing Airlines and Sunwing Vacations to do direct trips and packages to Tobago from Toronto. They have gotten at least 2 European countries airlines to come to Tobago who have shown interest in coming to Tobago. KLM was supposed to come to Tobago, and one of those 5 flights that come into Piarco International was agreed upon to go to Tobago once a week to increase the amount of tourists going into the island. It was agreed in principle between the Minister of Tourism and the Secretary for Tourism. And then what? When everybody went back home, the Minister of Tourism turned his back and went back to his PNM behavior and loyalty to the government and totally discard all of those potential opportunities for Tobago. So how could they want tourism when they're using tourism as a political football?
Disagree with me?
Wouldn't it be a lot better, even if we take the lower level jobs, wouldn't it be better that the 100 1,000 plus individuals who are employed in CPEP and URP, at least a percentage of them, because there are services they provide that are needed.
Yes, yes.
Right, but it's overmanned. Are in the tourism industry instead of where they are. Wouldn't that be better at the lower
my only concern with that is the cultural challenges we have. There are also challenges with regards to tourism. We don't really have a good customer service, CSR relationship culture.
Not even so much.
To some extent, yes, but not completely.
Sean.
But it's training.
Exactly. Sean, we have to change that. Listen,
yes.
Tourism post-COVID, all of our sister islands around us have been growing rapidly. Barbados has grown compared to 2019 by 34%. Its tourism sector. Aruba by 20%. There's growth. Grenada by 9%. Trinidad has contracted by 11%, our tourism industry.
And even before the contract, like my point was, when young people say they want to go into tourism, it's similar to other industries, like the opportunities just aren't there, and I kind of feel for them, it's like, you want to study this and be a professional in this. I have a friend that she went pretty far, but at some point, and COVID was the death knell for her, she had to leave the industry.
Because we've not developed the industry, Sean.
But we've never been a tourist nation.
Because of oil and gas.
To some extent, we were more in the past. We were more in the past because the amount of foreign arrivals we had in the past.
I mean, no, the sector, it has always been there, but it has never been a thriving, or even though it's identified as a priority industry. But we have not put in the kind of investment that is required in order to be able to develop the products, etc.
That's a very good point that I support. And I am telling you all this. I am getting sick and fed up of the word COVID. Because COVID seems to be the biggest excuse in Trinidad and Tobago. COVID this, COVID that, if it wasn't for COVID. But how come, as she rightfully said, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, Jamaica, Guyana, how come they recovered after COVID?
No. The thing with COVID is, policy-wise and on a macro level, we really didn't. Certain bad decisions during COVID are still being.
But even before COVID, we made. I mean,
well,
that's a difference. And if we just stay on the COVID thing, Barbados, on the other hand, during COVID, never closed their airport.
Correct.
Today, Barbados is the regional hub. We used to be that regional hub. Everybody used to go through Trinidad and Tobago to go elsewhere. Now they go through Barbados. That's why the cost of travel has increased so exponentially for us. So many flights that stopped coming during COVID have not returned because they're going through Barbados. Yes, so now sometimes to get to Florida, you have to go to Houston and you have to come back down. And the cost is prohibitive at best.
So one of the other things...
Just before, during COVID again, Mia Motley, she introduced nomadic passports, allowing individuals who can work remotely to come in and spend a year and don't pay no taxes. They rent cars, they rent apartments, etc. You have to always be flexible. You always have to be understanding the environment that you are in and creating the opportunities and responding to that. Today, she allowed the cruise ships to come in during COVID when nobody else would take them. That allowed her to negotiate for Barbados to become a home port. A home port means the cruise starts in Barbados. So tourists are coming in from the United Kingdom. They're spending a night, 2 nights in our hotels. They're boarding the cruise. When they come back, they're spending a few nights. They're renting cars, they're eating food. So it all boils down, Sean, to strategy.
Yes.
What your priorities are.
I don't want to stay too much longer on tourism. I will say apparently they're changing just their whole, how to put it, how they set up the industry.
Who?
Barbados, their market. They're to more of a mass appeal. Like they're looking to change it, to shift with the times,
But
to
it's the
find
point
money.
I'm making.
But I will say that I'm envious of the Bajans and I'm envious of the Barbadian government because, to be honest with you, when I saw Airlink, and I'm a big I'm big into airplanes and air travel, and aviation, but I'm a fanatic when it comes to that. But when I see Aer Lingus flying direct from Dublin, Ireland to Barbados, and then when you look at the tarmac of Barbados, on one given, if you go now and you look at it on a Monday or on a Tuesday, you have 8, 9, 10 aircraft lined up.
this is a bit of a rhetorical question. Do they have a $800 million airport?
No, they don't.
Okay, that's it there. But Dr. Mathers, there was one point that you made that I actually wanted to get to for the last 15 minutes when you said that, look, they take care of the base, right? And I think that's fair to say. A lot of times, like my brother always says, well, sometimes the communication is not for you, you know, Sean. It's for the base. Yeah. It's not for you at all. But here's the trick. With young voters, right? How many of them make up the base? How many of them are actually voting? And of course, you always have the next generation who are technically not voters yet, right? And if all you're doing is speaking to this base, right, which is already entrenched, how are you going to then speak to the people with new ideas? And it does make me wonder, for all of the deficiencies with new parties coming up, at some point, somebody like Michaela Pandey is going to eventually just capture enough of the younger generation where well, I know you're shaking your head. I say at some point. It doesn't have to be now. It doesn't have to be now. But hold on.
Well, we have to wait and see what happens after the election, whether she stays.
In terms of the young voter apathy and the sort of nothing changes mentality, right? What you find, what I witness is that the youth arms of the political parties actually funnel into that base. So they have very specific intentions. And it's not about education. It's about pigeonholing and yes, perhaps, and very strong word. It is perhaps that it's perhaps securing the future base, right? So even then, young voters they also need to be perceptive enough to realize when they're being manipulated.
But
right?
that is only happening in one political party where there's a real active, strong youth, and that's translating into a Hello Cunha Foundation. And if it is that the idea here was that the political parties were appealing to their base youth voters, then we would not have one success story or two success stories like Kerry Marshall and Christian Birchwood. There would be hundreds of them. We would have transformed Laventille into a haven of success stories. And I mean, that is what I would say the investment to base voters would be.
Another thing, remember you talked about the issue of dependency.
Correct.
Right. So no, that they will not do that, because then you give them independence, you give them the capacity to think, critical think, and that will not necessarily translate into support to you. But when we keep you ignorant and we keep you dependent on the handouts, then we secure the base.
I hate to say this, but I did mention it before, because that line of thinking, right, traditionally, wouldn't you say that's kind of like communism, dictator type, you know, we don't need you to think. Independent thought, that's not necessary here. You need to do what you're told. And the education proposal there, what I was thinking about, oh look, how do we take everybody? You know, each child is one unit.
But
you know,
Sean, can I just...
Each child is one unit, one size fits all, and we'll just buy the numbers, allocate them.
You mentioned communism, and if you look at the global trends, like communism is almost non-existent, right? So that idea of feeding and creating dependency through stipends, through more programs, to
but ideologically, I think it is very in existence in Western democracies.
Let's use this real example. The former prime minister made a decision to anoint a new prime minister. He went into caucus with his MPs. They returned, what came out of that, what people did not support.
Yes, they had to go back.
Then they go back, and then second meeting, they come back and they support. What does that tell us? Do as I say.
Yeah.
Because I'm holding something over your head.
One of the reports said, we weren't aware that this consensus meant X. And I'm like, how are you not aware?
Yeah, but you're talking, remember you're talking about the mind, the absence of the thinking and
right, so
following.
If we believe what one of the reports that came out of that, the implication, I'm not saying that it is true, but ironically the implication is, well, your leader basically, he didn't even bother to try to explain it fully to you, and potentially you didn't bother to ask the obvious questions.
Do this or else.
That's correct.
And let me tell you this.
No seat fear.
That's the carrot on a stick right there.
But isn't that essentially almost like the expected norm for our party politics?
And that's the point that we're making, that we're not moving away from that.
I'm just saying that so people don't think, oh, it's only the PNM.
No.
Across the board. The be-all and end-all, and this is why I'm so irked and disgusted. I'm upset over what it is that politics has denigrated into. That the be-all and end-all of politics is a seat, and that you carrying an MP sticker and have the honorable. Politics is about attaining power, sustaining power and ensuring you use that power for the greater good of society.
Well, those first 2 points there, technically the MP seat is the practical example or expression of that.
MP seat is not power, because you could sit as an MP and be ineffective and not represent
No,
your people.
but you are essentially one of 41 people that select the Prime Minister.
Well,
that's the only power that a non-Prime Minister has. A senator could be removed, an appointed board could be removed, a minister could be removed, everybody could be removed. But if you're an MP, well, you could be put on the back bench, but you're still an MP.
Correct.
And if the numbers are too squirrely, then all of a sudden, if somebody decides to cross the floor, things get real chaotic
but your
real
power
fast.
only resides for the length of time that you're that
Yes.
MP. And if you act outside of the status quo during that period, you run the risk that you will not get that seat in the next call-in.
I mean, we're a young nation, so we haven't seen precedents in our politics set. This new thing with shooting is one precedent. How Keith Rowley potentially, his path to political leadership, that was, to some extent, a little bit unprecedented because he decided to not conform with his
But always remember one
leader.
thing about that.
And I don't know if it was to some extent luck, but he was positioned to...
It's that greater vision that Manning and Pandey had. And we have to take into consideration that Rowley challenged Manning all the way back in 1996. And he still survived the politics and still went back and got a seat. And he still became his successor. So the principles, it comes back to the principles of politics and in political parties. But let me come into communism for a bit. Even though people like to battle communism, and this is going international, but that's okay. People like to battle communism. But even in China, where I've seen the functioning of the CPC, you have a system of graduating and going up the levels. So you start at a certain level, you get education and philosophy and ideology on where we're going, what we have in store, and you graduate and you go to different levels until you get to be ambassadors and members of parliament and whatnot. Yes, we agree that there are elements of communism where Xi Jinping is present until he's dead, and that's a different story altogether. But the point is, the system by which someone is taught and they learn what they stand for and where they belong and what their roles and responsibilities are. It starts in a school that is constructed by the CPC, and it is like a university that people can go to. Now, I would challenge political parties to go back to your moorings and start teaching people about what you stand for. I mean, we could bat off the Heliconia Foundation for being what it is, because in my opinion, in the last 10 years, it's only graduates of the Heliconia Foundation has given real opportunity in Trinidad and Tobago, because it's we time now. But let me not forget that. And I will also say to any political party that wins a seat, gets into government, in the next, come the 29th of the 28th of April, I'm warning you all, I'm warning political parties out there that if you all happen to get into government and you all say it's we time now, prepare for only a one-term government.
Like culturally, is it that we're just too tolerant? This is one of the things that I have brought up, and I do wonder if it's translated to young people, because they kind of see, well, we either have fanatical party supporter X or Y, and then everybody else is just, well, I'm not going to vote because my vote don't matter where I live.
That's not tolerance. That's complacency.
Well, complacency. But like, is that culture kind of, that's what we're giving our young people by example? Because I'll argue, I can't remember, I think on a different platform you mentioned a lack of mentors.
Yeah.
It's almost like if we don't have anyone to show them the way, so all they can do is just follow what they see. What they see isn't really much, right? Yeah. And what they're inheriting. And to some extent, and this goes into sustainable development because it goes into succession planning, and people think, oh, succession planning, who's the next prime minister, who's the next CEO? What about succession planning in the sense of the wider society has many roles, and at some point, if somebody doesn't come to take up the role, right, in society, I'm talking at all levels, top to bottom.
Are they emerging?
Yeah, it informally even.
Yeah.
Right?
But I'll add to something that you said, right? Like thinking about, so in addition to the culture, just looking at what is playing out, we see people who go against the status quo within the party. They're not put on the platform against so Anita Haynes, who I genuinely like as a person, as a human being, has been removed. Joel D'Souza, who had to resign because, and she said it was a lack of advocacy. So even on the screen, young people are seeing people who go against the status quo are not given a chance. So why should they be given a chance? Why should their vote matter? So that change has to actually, paradoxically, has to come from young people. They need to demand the change that they want, and they do that by voting.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like, I guess, I don't know, this question might be a little bit too big for you all to answer, but one of the things, Dr. Mohammed, on the show, like the challenge is, all right, how do you get change with what we currently have? Because I do feel that part of it is this decades-long equation of, well, one of or the other is going to be in power, and then the other one just rocks back in the opposition, the two-party system. But we haven't been able to kind of upend that equation, right? So as long as there's only two parties, rarely, you know, the worst that can happen is we come second, and second not bad, because we still get a check.
But there's really and truly not two main parties. If I were to look at it clinically and look at it fairly, there are four political parties. There's the TPP, which has the potential to decide whether or not it's going to stay within the confines of Tobago or whether it's going to find a way to extend into Trinidad. But that's their rule. But that's a real political party that is existing in our space. That's one. You have the UNC, you have the PNM, and then you have the Patriotic Front that has been in existence since 2019. But between 2019 to 2025, which is a 6-year period, this should have been the year to wipe the place clean. And it is a squandered opportunity by Michaela Pandey.
Most people don't know who the Patriotic Front candidates are.
Exactly.
And while there is some, I agree with some of that, let us not forget the COP, let us not forget the ONR.
Yeah.
You know, so it comes back to the point you're making. You know, is there room for anything outside of what we have in the current situation? The COP won 140-something thousand votes and not a damn seat in the parliament. So it comes down to...
Election, right? Yeah, 2007 election.
Yeah.
But I think that's still, for a third party, that's the cost, right? That's the win.
No, the thing, the problem is how we vote a government into office. So you have to win seats. So you have to have sufficient support in constituencies to win the seat, which is why the issue of constitutional reform becomes so important.
Yeah, but we depend on
however, only them will change that. So, so therefore, it has to be a movement of the people to demand change. Even though we don't have the right to referendum, we have to make the right to referendum.
It should be
by some means.
Part of it is, isn't that young people also, they kind of look at our system of government and they say, well, I don't really understand it, you know, this doesn't make sense to me, so I'm not bothering.
Too, because it comes back to the education system has never taught it to them. And no political party is interested in teaching it to them either.
Right. And you should teach. So you get social studies at the secondary school level, but it should be more than just social studies. They should have something like governance and politics at the
I'm not so sure I got social studies at the secondary school level,
so,
to be honest.
And it's an optional subject. So governance and politics should be a Form 4, Form 3 subject. Then it should be part of the curriculum in Form 6, and then it should be a foundation course at year 1 in university.
But more than that, we should have practical events, of that.
It can't just be education,
where they are allowed to articulate, where they take on real issues.
To be fair, the Women's Parliamentarians Association has now started with a program. There's a youth parliament program. There's the Women's Parliamentarians Association program, but it needs to be more expanded.
Yes. It has to be really decentralized.
Not just that. Look at our education system. And I'm assuming here, as someone with a background in literature, you might appreciate this more. Because to some extent, economics is a bit more mainstream, right? You know, political science, I don't know to what extent that is mainstream, but it is seen with a certain level of, and then you could go into government. Because culturally, think about it, there's basically three parts.
It's be a lawyer and you could go into
Be a lawyer? Well,
yes.
All right, well, that's
yes.
it. So there's lawyer, doctor, like those sorts of jobs. Then there is go abroad, right? And then there is the CPEP, PRP, eat a food, right? Government work, right? Somebody in Tobago, the anecdote was, he hired someone and that person told him, well, I'm only here until I get a real work. And what's a real work? Well, a government work. It's like with the THA, right? The THA is just the easiest example, but it's across the board. Local government, ministries, that's across the board, right? Government is too big of an employer, and it's it's unbalancing the job market. But that's the mindset. That's the mindset of parents. So now, to some extent, when you talk about social studies, you know, I do think that my school, which was a prestigious Port of Spain school, I don't think they had social studies forms 1 to 3. That was not on the curriculum, right? Because it's about math and science and English
and
is
scholarship.
English is kind of like there to be there almost.
They have to pass it.
Yeah, it's almost like traditionally we can't get rid of it. And to be fair, they did include literature, but to say that, okay, what about ideas of governance and ethics, right? To what extent is that being introduced? Because obviously, you know, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, they don't know everything about everything, right? But I remember some of my peers in Form 6, they couldn't understand when the school was like, look, we can't let the lower forms go across the road because some of those vendors don't have food badges and we're responsible for you. And I'm just like, what is so hard to understand on this concept? The school is responsible. Like a basic thing like that. They're just thinking about, oh, it's unfair, right? Well, we are 17, 18, 19. That's a different equation, right? We are allowed to leave and to drive out. We're not limited to just what's there. And I do wonder, like, one of the things is like, even literature.
Yeah.
To what extent is that now? Because it's not just about stories.
Well,
but like,
yeah, so this is the thing. So I mean,
it's about lessons.
Yes, but what you mentioned about literature, they're actually removing literature from the curriculum in some secondary schools. Now, what I didn't learn about governance in school. I learned governance through literature. The writers embedded the culture and the experiences in the stories. But what I want to come back to is that idea of governance can't be restricted to the school. We need to be political outside of the political season. We can't just, okay, so we call an election 1 month before the date. But before that, we're not really engaged in political conversation. We're not talking about issues. You would be, right? You have a show. Yes. Other people have shows. And you would be talking about it year round. I know this. But we don't have targeted conversation around issues year round. We don't have people mobilizing youth year-round, right? We don't have government supporting NGOs year-round to enable a non-partisan vote that can actually educate young people to make the decision themselves. This is what we want, right? That's the ideal scenario. We educate young people to make the decisions themselves. Whether or not you vote one party, like, that's secondary, because that also helps them to think. If you can educate people in a non-partisan way, then they can make up their minds. And they become thinkers.
I mean, to some extent, isn't that supposed to be the whole point of university? To me, well, if you're going to university and you're being told what to think, well, then you need to get your money back.
But you would have had to be in university in like the 1970s for that to be happening.
Correct.
After that, it's just about passing an exam, getting a first-class degree.
Dr. Sandra, I will tell you, if you're too bright, they eliminate you from the list, you know, you become competition. And if you're too aspirant and you're too young, that exists in the university system. So if at the university system you're trying to stifle those that are wanting to peak, to be the next generation of educational leaders, then you are just part of the problem as well.
But in addition to that, universities are essentially business models now, right?
Yes.
It's all people. There are declining enrollments across the board. Now, I would just say one caveat though, and this is not biased, but in the last postgraduate enrollment for UE, what actually went up slightly was literature enrollment in the postgraduate programs. Agriculture went down, economics went down, social sciences, med-sci, slight decline, right? But that's beside the point. What I wanted to say was universities are not designed to help people think anymore. They're designed to channel ideology, particularly in the US, but here it's now designed as a business model because they're not profitable anymore. So they do not care about allowing young people to think.
And by and large, like the state-owned university, it's sponsored by the state. So and I get gate based on the number of people that I bring in. And if I don't graduate them, and I don't show that there's a performance, but we talk about it where I learned governance when at 15, my father, who was a taxi driver, took me into the village council.
Yes.
Took me into the village council, and I was amongst all these older men who were, you know, passionate and fighting, and at that stage, so I was lucky, but how many people are so lucky? And then also the issue of which of the political parties want to engage in the year-round act of educating. Because at the end of the day, if we teach you to think, you may critique the very entity that is
Yes.
teaching you.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I may lose you.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose you. So you use the word indoctrination, but that is the correct word. So indoctrination is and it is indoctrination into simply accepting the status quo.
But isn't that, because I see this in my religion, I won't say what it is just because I don't want people to start to miss the point, right? It's not that the religion is per se like, oh, we have this policy of indoctrination, like, and this is what you do, step one, step two. But I do think that a lot of people who practice it, they are not careful and they kind of fall into that pattern of behavior, where it's like, this is the way that it's supposed to be. And, okay, but to a young person now, it's like, well, why? And they don't know why. They just know that this is the way it's supposed to be. And then that's why I think when you force that down young people's throats, especially with religion, it's like it's easier for young people to kind of look at it because collectively around the world, that's kind of the response. And it's unfortunate, right? Because it's almost like if the debate is not really on the actual reality axis of what it should be on. It's about the fact that, well, there's somebody in my life that is being very authoritarianism with how they're telling me to engage with a religion. And I don't like that. So all religion bad, and I'm just going to go the next way. And I think to some extent now, like that kind of psychological pattern might be seen to some extent, although I won't discount the fact that, yes, the system is going to defend itself and not want to be challenged. But also there will be actors in the system who, and in part maybe because of how they themselves were brought up, they don't know any better. So they'll just perpetuate that.
But Sean, there's another reason I think why young people will not get engaged, and it has to do with the system itself. So the system is, if I live in Tunapuna, or maybe if I live in Caroni East, and I support the I am inclined to liking the philosophy of the PNM, but I live in Caroni East. My vote don't really count. So why am I bothered? So again, it comes down to, if we don't change the system, we really won't be able to get something different.
Was, in my mind, in some aspects more successful than other third parties, because I saw in my stronghold constituency, people on the ground, right? We're not just talking about the candidate came and went house to house and did the whole dog and pony show. No, people on the ground that they were not politicians. They were, I don't even know if they were ever politically involved, but they saw something that they grabbed hold of. And for 2 elections, it was something that was dare I say, brilliant. Even now, even now there are people who are still very committed to what COP represented. They're going to sit on the fence.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
They may not put their vote anywhere if they don't see something that is similar, because what is standing now as the COP as a party is almost nothing. But there is that, it's a kind of sentiment, a gut feeling.
And an emotional linkage and a sense of belonging.
But let's be real, if we don't change the system, that kind of sentiment does not matter.
That word, purpose, right? It's a loaded word. Like, what's the purpose of literature? What's the purpose of political science? And I do wonder if, first of all, there are a lot of people that get a certain other degree that I won't necessarily say what it was, but it's almost like if the joke is that's the placeholder degree when you don't know what to do. And then do they end up in that field? No. They end up in a whole set of different fields, right? Like, I find more and more young people probably don't even know what their purpose is. I myself didn't know what my purpose was until my mid-30s. And kill me dead, I did not expect to be here maybe 3 years before I got here, right?
You see, so I ever so often I get into a debate about, well, Shane, you decided to go down the route of being an academic. No. When I was young, I didn't plan to be an academic. When I was young growing up, I was a politician. I want to come down to that with regard to purpose. Indira talks about her village council experience. My experience of getting exposed to politics, and people, when I say this, people are going to be like, what? Is when at 12, 11 years old, my school, which is Irie Government Primary School, which is on the main road between Princestown and Palmyra, right? We had to learn the Indian national anthem to go sing it in Princestown when the Prime Minister of India was visiting Trinidad and Tobago, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, which Trinidad, half of the society wanted to go, who? Atal Bihari Vajpayee became Prime Minister of India and came to Trinidad and Tobago and met Prime Minister Pandey, who went to St. Stephen's College to deliver a prize to them for placing first in agriculture. But that was my first exposure, real exposure, direct exposure to politics. And I was captivated by Mr. Pandey from then, to the point that I wrote Mr. Pandey as Prime Minister a letter from a child, not innocently congratulating him and whatnot. My mother called me the other day telling me, Shane, I want to go and frame the letters that you have from Mr. Pandey. Because it was not the Prime Minister that wrote me once, he wrote me twice. Because in the letter that I received as a child, the excitement of seeing the postman deliver a letter stamped from the office of the Prime Minister and seeing, whether it was written or not, seeing a written signature by the Prime Minister for a child leaves an impression. How many politicians today are engaging their communities and doing things that leave positive impressions with them to want to become them or want to be involved and want to do national service? How many politicians are doing it and instilling that sense of belonging and purpose?
I mean, it's not just that, lack of mentors. On another show that we have here on Arts and Culture, I made the case, we had David Rudder, an icon. Who came after David Rudder? Who was the next David Rudder? That whole part of our culture, potentially, he will not have a successor. I do think there are people now, but there was a time, maybe 5 to 10 years ago, when there was no one lined up, and if we weren't careful, we could have lost a whole aspect of our culture, traditional mass. You know, we're in fear of losing that. And what else? What other aspects? You know, certain aspects of our politics, certain aspects of our cultural identity with how we, our multiculturalism, how we dealt with people, right, in the past. Maybe some of it improved, but some of it we might be losing as well, and that's why politics is kind of devolving in the case, to the state that it's in. And I guess, to what extent now, I mean, you're an activist, right, with an NGO. Yeah. I'm sorry, if you could just...
All-inclusive TT.
All-inclusive TT. And like, what is the mission of...
Yeah. So we actually focus on anti-bullying. That's our main focus. And we go into schools, train teachers, walk them through a guide to how to identify bullying.
So my thing is, who is the public example who could then, you know, go up and has the cachet and the gravitas, but also the personal experience to speak from their own life and say, this is what happened to me, and this is what, you know, so it's not just a famous person that's kind of given a script, you know what I mean? But also someone that will not just endorse something, but will champion something.
Yeah. But I want to go back to that word. Yeah.
The bullying, the anti-bullying, right? We saw that it unraveled on us in the last couple of weeks in regard to, it unraveled, right? It was unpacked. But let me give you a simple thing, a simple example. When it fell on the lap of the Prime Minister and he was accused, and the different varying people said this happened, and the person who, the victim of the bullying, came out and spoke, it was a lost opportunity. A huge lost opportunity, and maybe a political win had the Prime Minister, come out and say, here, I was young, I was inexperienced, I was stupid, it was an error, as I grew up, I didn't realize the impact, and I, even to this day, because of the disconnect and we moved on and people changed paths, I did not realize what happened. And I want to say directly to the country and to the victim, Mr. Khan, whatever his name is, whatever his name is, I want to say directly to him, I offer my sincerest apology, and I would use that to pivot myself to be a different person going forward.
People see what they see from our leaders. I think it's almost like, they want to kind of say, well, do they really follow? Like, we can't take it for granted. How much do they follow politics? But it seems as though when it's time for certain things, like how they behave or what they say, it'll trickle down to them. They might, the policies or lack thereof might not trickle down to some, or the refinery and what's important with the refinery, that might not trickle down with them. What's going on with Commissioner of Police, that might not trickle down with them, Brent Thomas. But what the leaders say.
If your parents were employed in the refinery,
yes.
or if your parents were providing a service to the refinery, or you were involved in some business, then it did impact you.
Yeah.
You know, it impacted an entire community.
But like for the general widespread youth, like some of these things wouldn't reach them, right? It wouldn't register. But maybe the sensational stuff would. and the examples of behavior would, and the hot mic incident would.
And all the memes.
I'll tell you this.
Or the certain comments by one UNC commentator that I don't know if I could even say it on air, but he says it on air all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. And I agree with you on that, but I want to, you know.
But that's what the young people hear. That's my point.
And
they're going to run with that.
It's not right. It's not right. I don't care whether it is a diaper pin or otherwise. It's not important. It is not important to the national dialogue. But I'll say this. There's a lot of people that have gotten carried away, and the same thing was done to Mr. Pandey back in the day, that they blemished him, and they portrayed him to be a negative character, and he didn't fight back as he should have. And the same thing I'm seeing happen, and I'll be fair. I am one of the first people will say, and I did come out and say, that Stuart Young was very much deserving of being senior counsel because of his academic and his legal acumen, his ability, his skill set. He doesn't even know that I saw it, and I agree 100%. Is he astute as a politician? No. He has confirmed to me that for the last 9 years he's been gathering experience. He's still an OJT. So and his decisions that he would have made calls that when he became Prime Minister is what triggered an early election, because he faltered and the party was unsustainable, it collapsed.
The decisions being the cabinet.
Cabinet, right? And not reading into the skill set and the seniority and who would have been his allies that he made his enemies. That's one thing. But I will also go on to say that out there's a dialogue about Mrs. Prasad Bisasa and her relation or lack of with Ms. Pandey. And I will tell you this, the truth out there is not the truth. One of the things that I've said to another media house, and they didn't carry it, is that Mrs. Prasad Bisasa is a woman does not like confrontation. She doesn't like aggressiveness.
That makes sense.
Many people will tell you that she will buff you, but she ain't gonna cuss you. And they've not heard her curse. People who've been intimately involved in the runnings of the party and the strategies of the party will tell you. When you get a buff, it's like a school teacher buff you. John Jeremy said, she taught him, right? So it's like Indira had to cuss me, but when she put a buff on me, oh God, I'm feeling good mashup, right? But the dialogue out there is that I'm not voting for Kamala because I don't like her. Why you don't like her? Because X, Y, and Z was said. Oh, she didn't do this, that, and the other. There are people advocating out there. This country the harmonious aspect of the politics could be so much better, but people don't want to seek their truths. Nobody knows that the reason why Mrs. Prasad Bisasa and Michaela Pandey has collapsed and fallen apart from each other is because of a history that has gone bad, right? And it's simple.
Which happens in life.
Which happens in life, but nobody apologizes for it.
Yeah.
It's a simple thing. Reaching out and saying, if Mr. Pandey and Mrs. Prasad Bisasa could have made amends, who is everybody else?
Okay, we need to take a break. And when we come back, we of course will solicit as much feedback as we can from the public. So stay tuned. This is Talking About WSN. Running out of time, as I feared, not enough time, even with the extended edition of Talking Points. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private health care affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479. Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, where good private health care is affordable.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website, fanzonett.com, to make your purchase today.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful. The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement. If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
of the
not no.
Let's go to the last part.
I'm back here on Talking About the WSN, the Content Capital Show. Michael Small alongside Gerald De Matas, Dr. Gerald De Matas, Dr. Indira Sajowan, Dr. Shay Mohammed, Lil Old Me, and we're having a conversation in part or centered around youth involvement in politics or the lack thereof. And there's a lot that influences that. One of the things that influence that, and I'll bring it up, Dr. De Matas, I think that part of our culture, for better or worse, is that, well, everything foreign is better. And to some extent, culturally, young people, I do wonder, outside of soca and fetting, how much of their, both culturally, they're informed by, but also ideologically, right? Informed by what they see abroad. Not by what we have here, right? To some extent, I think, Dr. Sajowan, you made the point, does anybody under the age of 20 know any of the local authors, right? Like, we're talking, I think Naipaul won an award, right? Yeah. Right? Like, at this point, I myself can't remember because it's so outside of the commercial. Would you say that is to some extent correct, that we don't really appreciate our excellence, despite the fact that we had gold medal Olympians and Peter Minshall and Miss World and Miss Universe and other international, the diaspora seems to love them more than we love our own.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and the problem is, like, I find that there's a lack of, like, aspiration, right? Like, we have it in the motto, but for some reason we don't see the value of how much we can achieve when we actually do aspire to something. And I feel like for young people in particular, not making those political decisions or either not being brave enough to make a decision.
Is that a self-fulfilling prophecy? We think we can't achieve, so we don't try, and because we don't try, we can't achieve. So the next generation thinks we can't achieve, so we don't try, and then it kind of trickles down.
Yeah, which is part of the nothing changes mentality, right? Well, if I live in Karen East, then I shouldn't vote because it wouldn't make any sense, right? That's the mentality. When but if we don't actually try to change something, it will never change.
And then but when you add all of it together, what it has done is create a very me and I kind of society.
Yeah.
Where it's like every individual for himself or herself. Yes. And therefore there is very little focus on what the bigger good is. So that is something that we have to find. And especially I think amongst younger people, they're not going to be bothered because they don't feel that those who should be bothered about them are sufficiently bothered about them. So what's the sense? So let me just, do my thing, enjoy my life, do my work, enjoy my parties, enjoy my friends, and that is it. I don't need to contribute out. I have no sense of, there's no sense of responsibility then to a bigger cause. And, to me, we have to have it's a whole conversation we have to have about what development means to us, you know, and I don't think there is any institution that is really interested in having
because
that kind
sustainable
of conversation.
development is built off of the foundation of all of the individual personal development,
and
right?
it is not just about being able to have the right to earn a dollar.
We have another comment, and I'll use this as the genesis of a question there. What the comment is, PNM is running a fair, smear, and share plagiarism of UNC platform promises campaign. They are failed government by any objective global metric. Now, when you read that, I personally could kind of interpret that in different levels and agree with one level but disagree with it on another level, right? But I do wonder, this is our discourse, and now we've reached the point where the police are saying, hey, we need to tone things down a little bit and not let things get too far. And I've been kind of worried about that because look at the crime detection rates and the violence of crime detection rates, you know, 8 out of 10, so 4 out of 5 murderers essentially or more basically get off scot-free right now, right? That's the statistical assumption. And young people, when they kind of get this rhetoric, now I understand the sentiment, at least some of it, I can't necessarily argue against, but now taking the language to this absolutist extreme, and it's almost like we need to sound confident in what we're saying. So we're going to say the most extreme way to say it. And then young people get that, and now that's the norm. And it kind of goes back to like America, where it seems as though people don't actually understand what the moderate position is anymore. They think the extreme side on either end, that's the middle. It's like, no, that's not the middle, because that's an uncompromising position. So we're essentially developing our young people to be uncompromising. And then we lament the fact, oh, well, why can't everybody come together and work together? Well, because culturally, that's not what we are about when it comes to leadership and governance and politics in the country. It's about uncompromising, right? Our side, their side, and we have to win. We have to defeat them. I understand the slogan, when UNC wins, everybody wins. But I think in politics, the mentality is, we defeat them. We conquer them. We put them in the dirt. I mean, I like Marvin Gonzalez, but I wish you didn't say it. Put them in the box.
No, but this is where my concern comes back, and I'm saying it again, on the set, that the greatest mistake that anybody, and it's a line that I will use all the time, the minute you start thinking it's we time now, you've lost your morals. Yeah. You've lost before you started. And therefore, that's a very dangerous trend to go down. And I'm hearing, I mean, I received, yesterday I got a phone call, it was this term, and I can't even tell you, but the kind of language that people are using about if something happens in terms of if there's a shift in government or whatnot, the kind of language people are using is very dangerous. And it may not necessarily be directly aligned to the PNM or the UNC, but the fact that it's being represented out there is also a misrepresentation.
Okay, we have a question, and it's a bit long, but this is, well, go to the second commenter, but the commenter apologized if we touched on this before because she had to step away. But the question is, if a new administration comes into power after the election, how can we as a society shift the mindset of citizens who expect instant results to understand that real national transformation often requires more than one term in office? Because I think that's the mistake. The politicians, and this is where I say the society is at fault, the politicians, they think, oh, we need results now. So they're going to go for short-term things, and it's basically at the expense of long-term gains.
One of the things that I think is very critical for any new administration coming in is that the role that a Minister of Communication is going to play and the role that the Prime Minister and ministers are going to play as it pertains to having an effective dialogue with the nation to say, very similar to what Mayor Motley has done and effectively done, and what Andrew Holness have done and effectively done.
Is Mayor Motley going to be that boogeyman for Trinidad politics?
Yes!
It's like, hey, we comparing you all to her.
Yes!
Sean, I think the advantage, unfortunately, that a new party coming in will have is the fact that they didn't really control the treasury.
Yeah.
So in this moment, they can talk about all kinds of things, but when they actually get there and they see the difference. So in addition to which, it is not impossible to spin the promises that I have made to you now, to say, well, I'm going to keep this promise, I may not keep it in the first 100 days, I may not keep it in the first 3 months, but give me time. Let us put the country on a footing to sustainable development in terms of our capacity to earn revenue, and I will. Let's take something like the issue of the salary increase, the 10%. The UNC has said 10%, and I don't feel it has done itself a good enough job in terms of how it has sold it. but it's not unsellable. Maybe I'm not going to say with the 10%, whatever increase, because we have to accept the fact that what has happened post-COVID, Ukraine-Russian war, to prices and people's pocket, is people can't, people are struggling. The middle class in this country is struggling. The middle class is the most important sector in any economy for growth. You need to make sure they have money. They need to be spending. They're the ones who are going to be buying cars, pulling in the house, etc., right?
Any numbers, any
Correct,
scale.
right. So, I mean, yes, I want to make sure that you're whole, but past money that I owe you, we can have different conversations. It can be in the form of long-term bonds. It could be in the form of property, you know, a piece of land. And so that there are ways and means that it could potentially be done without it being a strain on the current revenue. So, but before, can I just, but before, I know, but the issue of what came about with the PNM in terms of that comment that the person made, I think, unfortunately, I don't feel the PNM readied itself sufficiently for this election.
No, it's incredible.
It didn't stop and take stock. It took the country for granted. And that upsets me, that you took us for granted to say, well, as if the last 10 years did not exist. And therefore, we should judge you on what you're saying you're going to go going forward. And it caused them to have to make a ridiculous statement, like the last 10 years was our what is that?
Training ground.
Training ground, yeah. I mean, what nonsense. We've had politicians in there holding ministerial portfolios that have been in the parliament for what, maybe some of them
15 years,
or
50
more.
years.
Exactly. So that really can't sell. So they are themselves, in my view, on the platform, putting the party in that kind of footing where people will see what that caller said.
You can't admit that it was your training grounds, and you can't be outmaneuvered and be less prepared for campaigning when the other parties seem prepared. But we have another question there, and this one, I'm really concerned for our youth who are out-of-the-box thinkers, because when they enter the workforce, in some cases, are pressured to be confined into the employer's mold or else. Do as I say, you're not paid to think. Most young people I speak with aren't even interested in voting because they say nothing is changing or will change. And this is the thing. I think our education system, to some extent, you all have been alluding to it, right? And into the workforce now. It's just basically, you are the cookie cutter mold. I think somebody said basically the education system that we follow, the model, is to train out factory workers. It's not to train out thinkers.
But the model it is based on has changed significantly. It's
but where we didn't change.
We didn't change.
But and then when you look at, I'm going to say it, when you look at the police leadership, right, you're not looking at, it doesn't seem like you're looking at the best and brightest or the people who are prepared for that role. It seems as though, because in fact, they said, I can't remember who said it, it might have been Awari, it might have been another candidate on the PNM. They said, in order to not pick the most senior person, we're going to have to change legislation. You mean to tell me all that talk about meritocracy wasn't real the entire time? Because that's the implication of that statement.
You see, again, the devil is in the detail. Changing the process may very well be changing the process to put someone that they have identified that they need to put in that, or have promised that they will put in that role. So we have to take into consideration that,
I mean, to be honest, I think they could put that person in already. But
can we just come back to the question?
Yes, Dr. DeMatas.
The person asked about the workplace and the fact that the out-of-the-box thinker. But you see, I think we also, again, a product of our education system, we're staying here, is one where young people are coming out with this unrealistic expectation in terms of what the workplace owes to them.
Correct.
They don't understand. They don't understand. Having a degree in business management doesn't mean you're ready to go into management. You need to now go in there, maybe take a lower position, learn the ropes, understand it before you are in readiness.
But the flip side is, because I have a few acting roles, we don't have time to go into all of them, but essentially when you have a business and you have an employee with an idea, you know, or that wants to take initiative, and not necessarily,
of course,
you know, a lot of times, too many of business owners in TNT and maybe around the world, they are more like, no, we're not looking to improve things, we're not looking to make things more complicated, even though it actually might simplify things, right? They're not looking to, and it's cutting off the path for employees to have a stake, to have buy-in, you know, to feel empowered. Not necessarily, I understand that phenomenon that you said there is very real, but I think an older phenomenon is the fact that it is do what you're told to do. But the problem is, the people who are promoted are the ones who do that best. So at some point when they have leadership positions, how are they prepared to lead?
It also goes into the framework of how we train people for leadership, how we train them innovatively, to be innovative in terms of innovative thinkers, how we train them to be critical thinkers, how we train them to be also entrepreneurs. And everybody now wants to be a content creator and believe that content creating is going to be able to give them money and is a new quick fix. I know, and the thing about it is, it has to, you can be a content creator, which could be your side hustle, but it doesn't mean that you cannot go into a formal organizational setting to learn the ropes, because it may eventually help you to formulate a structure for your own business in the long term. And therefore we need a training ground. I've heard this debate where young people have said, well, I don't want to be in a 9-to-5 job, but it teaches you discipline. It also teaches you hierarchy. It teaches you how to think innovatively and to do that morning huddle on a Monday huddle, to be able to brainstorm and to be able to give your perspective and add to the dialogue, because you may come up with an idea that nobody thought about, but you contributed to it.
And if you are an out-of-the-box thinker, the challenge is for you to have that boss who is inside of a box. The challenge for that young person is, how do I find a way in order to get him around? So all of these things are part of the workplace. Let us remember, our business environment is one that's dominated by private-owned entities, family-owned businesses, where, that family member and the family, really run the thing. And people coming in from outside, it's hard to kind of break in and make decisions in that space. But sometimes you have to do your time. And I don't know that we are, young people in particular, understanding and appreciating that, because they look at the world, they look at social media, and they're seeing, my son tells me, some content creator, and how much $1 million he has made from sitting, in his home. And I'm like, well, that's a one in a what? Yeah. And I don't know how much of that is true. Yeah. But you have to do your time.
But literally the percentages are really small.
But you use the word meritocracy, and I think this is something that young people would need to learn, right? Like, you don't get something because you think you deserve it. You get something because you work for it.
Yes.
Right? The biggest lie that you can tell yourself is that we live in a meritocracy. We live with favoritism, with nepotism, and we actually see it in the government, right? We actually see it play out there. So I think it's a life lesson for young people to get into their minds that it's actually hard work that gets you to that point. Yes, there would be favoritism, but at some point, you need to put in the work.
But networking and relationship building is also part of getting yourself out there and because we live in a society where it's not who you know, it's who know you as well. And at level, and you rightfully say, Giles, is the nepotism and the favoritism and that sort of thing. And even that is limited to circles. So you have to learn to meander your way through relationship building, networking, getting to know people, seeing an opportunity, grabbing the opportunity sort of thing.
Education system teach them all of these things. Does it give them those skills?
Would you say that perhaps young people, they have a too idealistic view of the world? And then, of course, now when reality hits them in the face, all of a sudden the disappointment. It's too American. Well, yes, definitely there are some Americans, they're too entitled and too idealistic. But I think down here, they have that. And it's almost like, what do they say? Extreme love or great love could then, when it goes bad, turns to great hate, and it's the same. That's why some of the most devout religious people are the adult converts. Some of the most devout atheists are people who they felt that they had to force to walk away. Like that devotion could turn into abandonment.
I want to go back to one thing just briefly, because that idea of the influencer and the content creator, there are real opportunities for young people in Trinidad if they can message in effective ways, meaningful ways, non-partisan ways to actually help influence. Because what we saw with the U.S. election, was the Democratic, the Republicans, they were hiring young people on with big money to market through TikTok and to actually disseminate their manifestos.
Now, the one thing is, I think locally our media landscape as an industry is way behind the times. One of the problems for that is, as you said, I think it might have been off air, information and statistics in TNT is a crapshoot, right? And in most cases, you're using old information and you're kind of trying to extrapolate what you think is the current information, or you just don't have it, right? And the industry itself, I don't know if it could, unless someone breaks through, like obviously entertainment stuff, that's fine, but content is more than entertainment. It's education, it's dialogue and discourse,
yeah, so
right?
That's why I said meaningful.
And we have room for that, obviously, but it seems as though young people aren't engaged, so I don't know to what extent. Like, that has to be built from the ground up, and just like our third party is going to have to take their lumps and think about the long-term view. It's almost like if the media industry now, for young people engagement, have to take the lumps and really look at, and yes, I am thinking about this as someone in media, how to get that engagement, because Talking Point is about the discussion, and one of the things is the fact that we don't have enough young people engaging in the discussion.
But my thing is like, how do we measure engagement? How do you think about engagement? So there are like influencers who can reach thousands of people, hundreds of thousands, and then there are micro-influencers.
Yeah.
So you could tell me someone in Pfizer, if they reach 8 people, you've reached 8 people, one person with a TikTok video, right? So thinking about the widening, widening the concept of influencing means. Influencing means you reach one person.
I want to say though, in terms of there are though young people who have come out of the education system and their attitude to the workplace, to do is excellent.
Yes.
And I know somewhere along the line we talk about role models, and I think there are quite a lot of them in our environment. And I certainly hope outside of the media influencing, there's peer influencing that can and that they can their colleagues can see and learn from what they do. So I don't think it's, I know we probably kind of paint it a little too dark, but I certainly think there is that. So there is some positive. There is a lot of positive from the education system. But I think what we're focusing on here is the changes that we need to make in order to make it so much better and to find better ways to ensure that young people can find a place, find a stake in the thing that is bigger than themselves, but in the country. And the responsibility rests on all of us. It rests on the political parties, it rests on our leaders, it rests on our education system, it rests on people like you and me and themselves in order to get it done. It has to be a collective effort.
In part because we don't have the village. Shane, closing remarks?
My thing is this. I believe strongly in young people and our young people. And I believe that our young people, they need to know, yes, they're educated, they're informed, yes, they want to be adventurous, but at the same time, they have to understand the context by which we live in and the value systems that we live in. And I reiterate that they need to understand finding a purpose and having a sense of belonging is very important, whether that belonging and that purpose is channeled into a passion towards anything that they want to do. They also have to have a spirit of discernment, and they need to be able to be critically analyze and critically think about what they want for their future, and really and truly who has the best offering for them, not just in terms of politics in the short term, but politics in the long term. And those young people who are invested in living in Trinidad and Tobago and wanting to be a part of the society, you need to be involved. And sitting on the wayside and looking on and saying that's the way it's done is actually not the way it's supposed to be done. We can always strive to be better. And my challenge for young people is that if you want to be part of change, you have to know what the change is you want and identify how you're going to make the difference in executing the change. So looking at the status quo and saying, well, that's how it's done, or I don't have a voice. You do have a voice. What you need to do is come out and use it. Use it by utilizing the opportunity to put your finger in the electoral ink. And I'm putting on the challenge again to UE, UTT, POSTAC, and all academic tertiary level institutions where you have young people who are going to be eligible to vote on Monday the 28th. Suspend your examinations and allow them the opportunity to go there and know that they are contributing to the national dialogue.
Dr. Yamatos?
I would say to young people, control what you can control, right? There are things beyond your control and beyond anyone's control. So recognize what you can do, and voting is one of those. Yeah. Being informed, seeking information is also very important, because that would also help you make that decision.
I mean, it's again a chicken and egg situation. We need young people to be critical thinkers, but to some extent they need to be guided or coached or taught in order to make those decisions. But then if we're not teaching it to them, can we fault them for kind of falling into certain patterns of behavior? Folks, We are over time, as usually is the case for me on Talking Point, and to that I apologize to the manager on WSN, and also apologize for our panel for not having enough time for them to express themselves fully. But as always, there will always be future conversations, so I would like to thank Dr. Gerald De Matos. I fear I got that wrong once again. Dr. Indira Sajwa and Dr. Shay Mohammed for joining me once again. Thanks to the commenters who commented in. Apologies for not being able to take phone calls. We had some technical, logistical problems, which hopefully will not persist in the immediate future. But this is Talking Point on WASN, reminding you, your vote, your future, express your voice. It's nice to be nice, folks. Stay safe. We will see you tomorrow. Well, no, we will see you next week. Bye-bye.
WESN.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private healthcare affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.